India. It is our pleasure to welcome you to today's book launch and policy dialogue on getting agricultural markets. I'm Ranjana Roy, Senior Fellow at ICRIER, and I will be conducting today's event. To begin the proceedings, may I request Dr. Shekhar Aiyar, Director and Chief Executive ICRIER, to kindly felicitate our esteemed chief guests, Dr. Ashok Lahiri, Vice Chairman NITI Aayog, and Dr. S. Mahendra Dev, Chairman Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, with tokens of appreciation on behalf of ICRIER. No, it's there. May I now request Mr. Ashishkumar Chauhan, Managing Director and CEO, National Stock Exchange of India, to felicitate our chief guests with tokens of appreciation on behalf of NSE. The detailed biographies of our chief guest speakers and panelists have been included in the program folder. I would now like to invite Dr. Shekhar Aiyar to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, policymakers, industry leaders, researchers, farmer representatives, friends. I'm delighted to welcome you all to the launch of Getting Agricultural Markets Right, a volume jointly edited by Ashok Gulati, Raya Das, and Tirthankar Patnaik, and published by Academic Foundation. This book is the culmination of a collaborative research effort between ICRIER and the National Stock Exchange of India, NSE. We are particularly honored today to welcome Dr. Ashok Lahiri, the newly appointed Vice Chair of NITI Aayog, Dr. Mahendra Dev, Chair of the Economic Advisory Council to the Prime Minister, Dr. Ramesh Chand, our new Distinguished Professor at ICRIER, and Mr. Ashishkumar Chauhan, the Managing Director of NSE. Their presence underscores the importance of the issues that we are here to discuss today and which are contained in the book. Let me make 3 remarks by way of preamble. First, agricultural markets can no longer be analyzed in isolation from geopolitics. Conflicts in major producing regions, disruptions to energy and fertilizer supplies, and trade restrictions increasingly shape domestic prices, production decisions, and food security outcomes. Well-functioning markets with forward-looking price signals, risk management instruments such as commodity derivatives exchanges, efficient storage systems, and integrated trading platforms help to absorb such shocks and make adjustment easier. In contrast, fragmented markets transmit volatility directly to farmers, consumers, and public finances. So strengthening agricultural markets is not just a domestic reform agenda, but also a strategic imperative for enhancing India's resilience in an increasingly uncertain global environment. Second, in this volatile geopolitical environment, there is a reputational value to striving to be a reliable trade partner. So that is something that India must do in its own right. India accounts for around 36% of global rice exports, making its trade policy a determinant of global food security. Frequent export restrictions and policy reversals impose reputational costs and undermine India's reliability. The India-EU Free Trade Agreement signals a shift towards standards-driven and market-oriented agriculture. Building institutions that support quality assurance, traceability, market integration, and competitiveness is therefore more important than ever. Third, India's agricultural digital ecosystem has been expanding rapidly, providing opportunities and challenges in equal measure. However, scale alone does not equal market integration. Challenges related to trust, quality assurance, logistics, dispute resolution, and interstate trade continue to limit the transformative potential of digital platforms. Emerging initiatives such as Bharat Vistar, AgriStack, and ICAR knowledge systems offer the possibility of a personalized real-time advisory services at scale. But technology will deliver meaningful outcomes only when embedded within stronger market institutions, value chains, and farmer-centric governance frameworks. The book that we are here to launch today delves into each of these themes, arguing that technology, markets, institutions, and policy must evolve together if India is to build a more efficient, resilient, and farmer-oriented agricultural market system. I look forward to a scintillating discussion with our distinguished and knowledgeable guests. Welcome, everyone, once again.
Thank you, Dr. Aiyar, for your welcome address. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Ashishkumar Chauhan, Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer, National Stock Exchange of India, to deliver his welcome remarks.
Dr. Ashok Lahiri, Dr. Mahendra Dev, Dr. Shekhar Aiyar, Dr. Ashok Gulati, Dr. Ramesh Chand, Dr. P.K. Joshi, Dr. Raya, my colleague, Dr. Tirthankar Patnaik, distinguished policymakers, researchers, and colleagues. Good morning. It's a privilege to be here today for the launch of Getting Agricultural Markets Right. And I want to begin by acknowledging ICRIER for the partnership that produced this research. Dr. Gulati, Dr. Das, and Dr. Patnaik have produced in this volume something that is in the best tradition of policy research, simultaneously rigorous and actionable. We are grateful for the quality of thinking it represents and the conversation it is designed to advance. Many people may ask or may be wondering why a market administrator like me is sitting on the dais when everyone else is a doctor and I am the only patient. I have spent almost all my entire career in designing markets, implementing them, administering them. And today, Indian capital markets are amongst the most vibrant, the most appreciated wealth creators over the last 32 years. And in that context, when I recall post-World War II, people thought that the excess one, the Britishers or the those powers were supposed to win. Instead, US won. But finally, it came out to be the fight between capitalism and communism. When the capitalism and communism the war was fought, at the end in late 90s, the communism lost. But guess who won? Not capitalism. It's the marketism. Today, all the communist countries, including China, are using markets better than America. And so for me, the markets are the essential part of whatever ism we do. Markets will remain markets. They have been there forever, and we need to improve on them. And that's why today's topic, today's book is that much more important. Agriculture is the strategic pillar of India's economy that Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has consistently placed at the center of the country's long-term developmental vision. The Prime Minister has been unambiguous on this. If we scale high-value agriculture together, it will transform agriculture into a global competitive sector. That ambition is well-grounded in India's fundamentals. India is the world's largest producer of milk, second largest in food grains, and fruits and vegetables as of financial year 25. The scale is impressive. The structural challenges, however, are equally real, and this book addresses them directly. In 1950s, India used to produce around 50 million tons of food grain as per estimates. Now we produce 7 times more, 350 million tons. As per estimates, we also exported $50 billion of food grains in financial year 25. We have come a long way in agriculture sector. We have a longer way to go. Agriculture employs 43% of India's workforce and contributes only 17% of GDP. Value addition must be created at every step of the agriculture process. The global environment in which India's agriculture must now compete has become more complex. Geopolitical tensions in the Middle East have disrupted energy markets and global shipping routes, raising input costs and freight expenses that flow through agricultural supply chains. In such an environment, the quality of India's own market infrastructure, its price discovery mechanisms, its risk management tools, and its digital platforms determine how much of the sector's potential can actually be captured by farmers and the broader rural economy. Getting those markets right is not only a technical exercise, it is a developmental imperative. India's policy commitment to agricultural development has been sustained and significant. Over 10 crore farmers have received more than 4 lakh crore under PM Kisan Samman Nidhi, and nearly 2 lakh crore in insurance claims have been settled under PM Fasal Bima Yojana. On infrastructure, the Agriculture Infrastructure Fund has sanctioned loans worth 84.2 thousand crores for 1.68 lakh projects. The financial deepening of the sector is equally visible. Ground-level credit flow to agriculture has grown from 7.3 lakh crore in financial year 14 to 28.7 lakh crore in financial year 25, reflecting a structural expansion of institutional finance to farm sector. What this policy momentum has also revealed, and what the book examines with rigor, is where the structural opportunity is largest. The allied sectors, horticulture, livestock, and fisheries, which operate largely outside the minimum support price system, have grown significantly faster, with the livestock sector recording a CAGR of 12.7% and fisheries an average annual growth rate of 8.7%. As the Prime Minister observed, technology delivers results when systems adapt, institutions integrate, and entrepreneurs build innovations on it. The observation captures with precision the challenge before Indian agriculture markets. The enabling infrastructure is being built, but its full integration into the agricultural economy remains work in progress. On the digital front, Bharat Vistar AI in agriculture platform has received more than 44 lakh queries since its launch in February 26, consolidating information that previously required visits to more than 15 different platforms. All 649 customs ports have been digitally integrated to facilitate agricultural commodity trades, further streamlining the governance architecture around agricultural trade. NSE's partnership with ICRIER on this research reflects a direct institutional connection to the questions the book raises. Well-functioning commodity markets are not peripheral to the financial ecosystem. They are central to it. Price discovery in commodity derivative markets creates the forward-looking signals that allow farmers, processors, and lenders to make better informed decisions across the agricultural value chain. India's aspiration of Viksit Bharat 2047 rests in significant part on the ability of the agriculture sector to transition from subsistence-oriented to market-oriented, from fragmented to integrated, and from price volatile to risk managed. The research in this volume contributes directly to that transition. The deliberations today across 2 sessions covering a commodity-specific reform, digital transformation, FPOs, and AI will, I'm confident, generate insights that are both analytically grounded and practically useful. We are grateful to ICRIER for the rigor of the partnership and to the distinguished speakers and guests for the quality of the engagement. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Now, to set the context for today's book launch and policy dialogue, I would now like to invite Dr. Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor ICRIER and one of the editors of the book, Getting Agricultural Markets Right.
Thank you, Ranjana. And let me at the outset express my deep appreciation and gratitude to the 2 stalwarts of policy making, Dr. Ashok Lahiri and Dr. Mahendra Dev here. There are 3 persons sitting on the stage, Dr. Ashok Lahiri, Mahendra Dev, and Ramesh Chand. If they cannot turn around agriculture policy, then I think I should quit this profession. It's an opportunity. I'm going to make 3 points, what this book is about, and also take you back into some of the evolutionary process of agriculture marketing. If you start thinking, we used to think agriculture is basically rice and wheat. This is where the story used to end. And the reason for that was the mid-60s, because we were hugely importing our basic staple. We were importing 10 million tons of wheat at that time when our domestic production was 10 million tons. That was 1965. Think about it today, if you have 120 million tons of wheat production and you are importing 120 million tons of wheat. And it is at that time that not only technology was brought in, the Green Revolution, the high-yielding seeds, but people don't recognize the contribution of what was established at that time called the Agriculture Prices Commission in 1965. The idea was when technology is brought in, the production increases suddenly, and if the system cannot absorb, the prices collapse. So it was in that context that agriculture prices came into existence, that we are so short of food and we need to ensure that farmers do get a reasonably good price, and therefore prices should not collapse. And that is where the beginning of minimum support prices is. There was a big debate at that time within the Agriculture Prices Commission, because along with these prices, the chairman, Mr. Dantwala, wanted zonal restrictions on the movement of food grains, that only on government account the grains could be moved from one state to another. In fact, even in some districts, Thanjore district, for example, rice could not be taken out of the districts unless the government approves that. And one of the members of Agriculture Prices Commission, Raj Krishna, one of our old gurus in Delhi School of Economics, he disagreed with that policy. He said this is actually fragmenting the market structure in the system, and therefore he resigned. The note of dissent that Raj Krishna wrote at that time became more famous than the report of the Agriculture Prices Commission at that. From that context today, we are the largest producer of rice in the world, 152 million tons, 154 in fact they have revised lately. And we are the largest exporter in the world. 21.5 million tons we have exported in 25-26. So the canvas has totally changed. But the policy of minimum support prices, instead of liberating, has become even more stringent, because at that time there were certain terms of reference given to the Agriculture Prices Commission, in which one of the thing was look at the overall demand side. Of course, the cost of production and so on and so forth. Today, the minimum support price policy is more a cost plus policy, not looking at the demand side as much. And if your cost is higher and the market cannot absorb the market equilibrium price, and you are putting the MSP above that, you will keep on accumulating stocks in the system and it will not go away. As on 1st of April 2026, the Government of India, Food Corporation of India, had 5 times more the rice stocks than the buffer stock norm was, and wheat was 3 times more. The whole system gets skewed in terms of wheat and rice, open-ended procurement, and certain states giving bonuses, which were almost 30 to 40% of the minimum support price. And there are states, I don't want to steal the thunder of Raya's presentation, there are states where procurement has been more than the production of that state. So there is something seriously going. So my submission to the policy players here is think about it. The canvas is totally different today. And if we can submit to the Prime Minister's office, maybe set up a high-powered committee under your leadership and rethink about this, because this entire system is costing heavily to the system. And all the incentive structures are skewed in favor of rice and wheat. The markets are extremely distorted. And therefore, we have become huge, largest importer of edible oils and largest importer of pulses on the other side. So we need to correct this. This is one big challenge. Second point that I want to make about the book. We were looking always, when we talk of markets, we look at market efficiency. And marketing efficiency, we talk about, are the markets spatially integrated across the country? And that is what the point of Raj Krishna was, that if you put zoning restrictions, the markets will not get integrated. There are still infrastructure problems, information and asymmetry, and there are challenges. But what is less talked about is temporal efficiency in the markets. What does that mean? Spatial is across space, temporal is between today and tomorrow or day after tomorrow. And that is where the role of futures markets comes in. What is the spot and what is the future, and are they converging or not? And that was the reason that we collaborated with National Stock Exchange, which has all the experience, the best experience in the country, about running futures commodity markets. And great thing happened in 2003 when Mr. Atal Bihari Vajpayee said that in agriculture also we need to have futures markets. And at that time, NCDEX came into existence, National Commodities Derivative Exchange, for agriculture particularly. But as it was going up, and around the same time China also started off, today you look at what had happened in China and what is happening in India, it went up for 4, 5, 6 years very fast. But then when the domestic prices start rising, our policymakers start blaming, oh, there is some collusion going on in stock markets, and therefore suspend the futures markets. So they were suspended 1, 2, 3, and there will be a graph that Raya will show how policy killed our futures markets, and now it is almost negligible. Better, the CEO is not here of NCDEX yet, but it looks almost NCDEX should be closing its doors. We were thinking at that time when we collaborated, can really NSC take over NCDEX and also spearhead the futures trading in agricultural products, as you have been doing in many other non-agricultural commodities. it's a politically sensitive thing, but there is a lot of education to the policy makers, our politicians, who feel 80% ये तो सट्टा बाजार है, कुछ नहीं है इसमें. I think price discovery and the convergence of spot and futures market was one of the underlying pillars why we took this study and came up with that. So there is a lot on that. Third point that I want to make, the future is going to be more and more electronic, more digital. And therefore, all sorts of markets are coming up, whether through ONDC or through digital public platforms, and you have e-commerce and so on and so forth that is coming up. What we are looking continuously, how much, especially in the fruits and vegetable segment, which is the perishable part, and that is the most challenging part. Our research in this study reveals farmer gets only 1/3 to 1/4 of what the consumer is paying. And that is not a very good sign, because we have cracked earlier the milk sector, which is milk is bigger than the food grains, literally wheat plus rice plus sugarcane plus all the pulses. And we have cracked there, the farmer is getting 75 to 80% of what the consumer is paying. Why can't we build an institutional structure and the physical infrastructure where at least fruits and vegetables can get 60% from today's 30%, 33%. And I'm so very happy Mr. Vilas Shinde is here, and they are spearheading. He started off with 10, 15 farmers, and today I think more than 30,000 farmers he's working with in Sayadri farms. And when we visited his facility, I was told 60 to 70% is at least what the farmers are getting on that. That can be a revolutionary, a path-breaking marketing structure, how best we can encourage and support farmer producer companies in the new setup. Because the old setup of milk, which was the cooperative, has some other difficulties. I can't get into that, but the farmer producer companies is the new way of thinking. And if we can do that, then perhaps we can show some light to our farmers. Why I'm saying this, Dr. Lahiri, I need your 1 minute attention. If you want prosperity of the farmers, 43% of the workforce, 17% of overall GDP, then you have to give them the best technologies that are available in the world and the best markets that are available in the world. If you don't let them do that, you are denying them their basic rights. And if incomes don't rise in the largest segment of our population, working force, then I think the dream of a manufacturing revolution is at stake, because the demand has to come from the bottom with the masses. 10%, 15% of you and me cannot drive the manufacturing revolution of this country for a long time. So I think incomes of the masses need to go up, and for that, technology is one that you need to give them, but also markets. This book is about markets, and technology is another part of the story. If you can take up this agenda with the highest level of PMO, I think our efforts would be justified. And thanks to Thankar all the way you have walked us along. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Gulati, for laying the foundation for today's discussion. We now come to the formal launch of the book, Getting Agricultural Markets Right. May I request our distinguished dignitaries on the dais to formally release the book. I would also like to invite the co-editors, Dr. Raya Das and Dr. Tirthankar Patnaik, to join them on the dais for this special occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating the editors, contributors, and publishing partners on this important publication. Now I invite Dr. Ashok Lahiri to share his remarks on the theme of the book.
Good morning. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to come for this book launch and share some of my thoughts. I must congratulate Ashok Gulati, a long-standing friend going back 50 years. Raya Das, whom I'm meeting for the first time, and Tirthankar Patnaik. I congratulate you for bringing out this book. It is an important piece of work. I haven't gone through the book. I got it just now, but I went through the summary which Ashok Gulati had sent me. And I think you have succinctly presented, I'm looking forward to reading the book, succinctly presented the immediate problems facing the agricultural sector in the country. I thank the authors for bringing this out at a crucial juncture. It's a bit intimidating for me to be speaking here on agriculture because here Ashok Gulati, Mahendra, and Ramesh Chand are present, who are my guides in agricultural policy. But I think good manners dictate that I say something. So let me first say that agricultural markets, do we have too much of markets or too little markets? Let me start with the other end of the problem. As you know, for 5 years, I represented a semi-rural constituency in Balurghat, which is in South Dinajpur district of West Bengal, a remote district. So I went to one village and I asked them about their problems. They said they're getting pesticide, but this is adulterated pesticide. They're paying the same branded price, but they're not getting the real stuff. So I said, this is not a rocket science problem. Why doesn't a young boy or a young girl buy this pesticide which is available in Balurghat, some 30 kilometers away, and start selling it at a profit? No one is doing it. So it's a fact that some markets don't exist. And today I was introduced to Mr. Shinde, and I also tried my hand at FPO. There was one SC Women's Producer Organization, and there was another ST Women's Producer Organization. I was delighted. They produced some honey. Some 20,000 kilos of honey they produced. It was bottled. Marketing was the main problem. Where do these poor girls go to sell them? So markets don't exist in some cases. But in other places, we have killed the markets. I'll come to that later. Allow me to touch on a few important problems in agriculture. First and foremost, agriculture, which Ashok Gulati mentioned very well, that about a sixth of our GDP comes from agriculture and allied sectors. And almost a half of our people depend on agriculture. So if half the people are dependent on 1/6 of our GDP, distress is inevitable. And the solution in the medium to long term is to get those people off agriculture, which is in economics you call surplus labor, and employ them in industry, services, and other sectors. Of course, Dr. Gulati is right by saying even in agriculture we can increase productivity. Our productivity is still far less than many of the other countries. I don't have numbers I can rattle off, but whenever I seen those numbers, we may be the largest producer of rice, but our productivity per acre is not the highest. So there is miles to go before we rest. Now, but that industrialization and shifting people from agriculture to other sectors is a medium-term or long-term objective. But what do we do in the short run, immediately? And here, the question is, should we be dependent on subsidies or should we depend on transfers? It's no one's contention that in agriculture or in the rural sector, where you have people who are vulnerable, who are poor, they need help. But do you need to give this help in the form of money which is tied to a commodity, that you will get this help only if you eat a banana or if you produce this? Or do you give transfers and let them choose what they are doing? I think most wise people, and you have plenty of you in this room, will agree that transfers is a better method than subsidy. But transfers have got a problem. There's a political problem. Because transfers, if you have decided to give me 5 kilos or 35 kilos of rice every month, then the price goes up, you still give me 35 kilos and I get a higher amount. But if you give me rupees, I'm not a fool. I'll say, who knows? When the price of rice goes up, you may not increase the amount that you're giving me today. So shifting from subsidies to transfers is easier said than done, but we have to do it. Now, Dr. Gulati has already spoken about minimum support price. He has quoted Babu Rajkrishna, who gave his note of dissent. Now, the book, from the summary, I found some very revealing numbers. First, it's well known that MSP you give for only a few products, not everything. So you're distorting the market. This morning I had only one roti, a bread, slice of bread, but I had mangoes, I had lychees, I had, I think, tarbooj, some curd, and you don't give MSP for everything. So you're distorting the market. And another thing, I think I read it in your summary only, just as we say IT industry came up, not because the government nurtured it, it came up even without it. Same is the story with poultry, fisheries, milk. There was no government support there. And we have had a white revolution. Chicken prices in the market, I'm surprised that if you look at the historical trend, it has hardly gone up. It remains stable. Everything, all prices go up, but chicken prices don't go up that much. It goes up, but not that much. So the question is government support needed or not? I think I'm being too extreme when I say that leave it to the markets, it will happen. No, it will not happen. We need to intervene, but in what form? But what is important, the authors point out that, I quote, despite policy efforts, the unit level data of SAS 2018-19 depicts that less than 10% of farmers and less than 10% of gross value of agriculture benefit directly from MSP, leaving a major section of farmers to sell to the local traders. So MSP appears bigger than what it is at the market level. The logit regressions, let me not go into the logit regressions, but they claim in Bihar and Uttar Pradesh, 61% and 38.6% of wheat farmers sold below 50% of MSP in 2018-19. Further, MSP procurement is heavily skewed towards wheat and paddy, which together account for nearly 78% of the total procurement value. This raises a critical question. Is the continued expansion of rice and wheat procurement fiscally sustainable and environmentally viable? The geography of procurement has expanded into Chhattisgarh, Odisha, and Telangana, disincentivizing crop diversification with serious fiscal and environmental consequences. Ashok has already mentioned the long history of MSP going back to the 1960s, but that was the time when we were dependent on PL 480 imports. The problem was not too much of wheat and rice, too little of wheat and rice. I remember I was a child, and as you can see, a rice eating Bengali, I didn't like to. Now I love roti, but at that time I didn't like roti. And I couldn't get rice at night because I think in the PDS they were giving only 300 grams of rice. My mother had lots of problems convincing me that I should have chapati. So that was the situation. Now, the Agricultural Prices Commission in 1985, its existence is from 1965, they recommended the MSP. It started announcing a procurement price and an MSP. There is a difference between procurement price. Initially, there was a difference between procurement price and MSP. Then the two became equivalent. And there was free supply. The procurement was through FCI, and an MSP. And then you had free supply of electricity to farmers. Water scarce Haryana, Punjab, and Western UP became the vanguard states of Green Revolution. And the granaries of India were filled up only through the unsustainable practice of seriously depleting their subsoil water. Committees were appointed about cost of cultivation and so on. Now, mind you, even at that time, like Ashok has said about Babu Rajkrishna, there was Dharam Narayan, Professor Dharam Narayan, again, Institute of Economic Growth. I have never had the privilege of meeting him, but I have heard he was a dildar admi. Now, so what you go into is the cost of cultivation, add something, and then declare the MSP. It was a politically sensitive issue right from the beginning, because if you're going into an election, what MSP you declare will determine how popular you become with the farmers. The central government also reimbursed the difference between the economic cost of the FCI, the price paid to farmers, together with other incidental operating and storage costs, including mandi fees, handling, transportation, and wastage. And Dharam Narayan, the chairman of Agricultural Prices Commission during 1970 to 1975, described it well by saying, I quote, "The procurement price is more politics than economics." Dharam Narayan's observation proved uncannily precise. Now, under industrial licensing, we are used to shortages. So shortages, you must remember ambassador cars. Remember scooters in our young days. We had to wait. You put in the money and you had to wait for years for your turn to come. So, shortage of food grains was politically sensitive. What we must realize that we have come from a situation of scarcity to a situation of surplus. So the thing has changed. Food subsidies are mounted. The PDS, I don't know how many of you in this room take food grains from PDS. None. In my Balurghat, I found people who go there, don't even take delivery of the food grain. They officially do it. And then there is someone who buys it from them and pays them some money. Now, offtake was already falling short of allocation of food. Offtake is not as much as allocation. And the SR Sen committee clearly pointed out that a mechanical fixation of price on the basis of cost of cultivation would freeze, I quote, freeze the price relationship to the demand-supply situation prevailing in the past and thereby obstruct allocation of resources as per changing economic situation. The economists had pointed out this is not something, it's not Ashok, Gulati, Raya, and Patnaik who are pointing it out for the first time. They're just reinforcing it. They're reminding us that we economists have told you that this is not sustainable, but we have done it. By the early 1970s, economists were pointing this out. Dharam Narayan had warned, quote, since given the ruling international prices for this cereal, domestic wheat cannot be exported without a sizable subsidy, the feasibility as well as the desirability of this course of action will have to be properly assessed. The building and carrying of a progressively rising stock of wheat is likewise a costly operation, and it would be neither desirable nor possible to undertake it on a continuing basis. Alas, this is precisely what happened over time. Stocks piled up, and grains were exported with large subsidies to cover the difference between the world price and the economic cost of procuring grains. The authors have pointed out how, because of the wrong signals given by distorted prices, we are producing too much wheat and rice and too little of crops such as oil seeds and pulses. Now, this many people have told me, but after reading your summary, I became painfully aware of the fact that we're not producing the things that we need. And dal is a peculiar commodity. I remember when I was chief economic advisor, the finance minister told me to keep a watch on dal. Then I realized that we grew up without much money. So when we went to a shop, we wanted to know what is the price of arhar, what is the price of masoor. We would buy the dal that is cheap. But our children don't do that. They want to eat arhar, they will eat arhar, no matter what the price. So I wonder whether the price elasticity of these pulses has become very wonked. So it doesn't matter if there is a shortage, pulse prices will shoot up because they don't want to reduce their consumption because of the price rise. Now, there are many other problems. I think I'll just quote this and then I'll stop because I've spoken too much. To quote, it is interesting to note that in the last 5 years, the area under paddy in Telangana expanded from 16.82 lakh hectare in 2016-17 to 52.6 lakh hectare in 2025-26. That's more than 3 times. The area under oilseeds in the state declined from 5.22 million hectares to 2.81 million hectares, and the area under pulses in the state dropped from 6.9 million hectares to 3.26 million hectares during the same period. Now, there is electoral bonus. In a way, you may say that ultimately in a democracy, policies will reflect what the people want. But there, Ashok, I think, with rising literacy, it's possible to convince the people that this is unsustainable, and whatever is unsustainable has to stop. The question is, when will you stop it? Will you stop it now, or will you stop it after suffering the pains for some more years? Now, I think in our enthusiasm for getting the markets right, we should not also forget that certain markets don't exist. For example, what I mentioned, that even if you have a self-help group, a farmers producer organization, some poor women get together to produce something, You produce lovely organic vegetables, but where do you sell them? You can't sell them. That I think you need an aggregator. You need some guys who will go there and say, don't worry, we'll pick it up. And you are mentioning about how much of the price that consumers pay go to farmers. This problem can be resolved only with efficient markets where you have these people who connect the last mile. Now, I'll recommend this book. I've got a free copy, I'll read it. But those of you, is this free or they have to buy? Then please pick up a copy and go read. Thank you very much, and let me congratulate you. I'm meeting Dr. Shekhar Aiyar for the first time. I've read your writings but never met you. Now I have the privilege of knowing you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, Shekhar.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable remarks. May I now invite Dr. S. Mahendra Dev to deliver his remarks on the book.
Good morning. First, let me thank the organizers for inviting me to release this book with Dr. Ashok Lahiri, the Delhi school, my former Delhi school colleague, and of course we sit in NITI Aayog in the same floor. Also congratulate the three authors, Dr. Ashok Gulati, Dr. Raya and Dr. Patnaik, for this excellent book on getting agriculture markets right. I know, of course, Ashok for last, same 50 years since our Delhi school days. It's also good to see Tirthankar Patnaik, who was our student at ICRIER, as one of the others. Now, of course, I've known Dr. Ramesh Chand also for the last several decades, and he was my neighbor at NITI Aayog till recently. And also good to meet Dr. Shekhar Aiyar and Mr. Chauhan. Turning to the book, as the note says, the book provides evidence-based analysis of challenges in India's agriculture marketing, and also it covers a wide range of topics from role of commodity derivative markets, FPOs, digital, and AI, and all. And also this is timely, as the central government and state governments are also talking on how to increase farmers' incomes. And also in the policy circles in the government, we are discussing some of the issues raised by Dr. Ashok Gulati. As Dr. Lahiri said, when and we do these reforms, time will tell. Regarding overall approach, I'll say a few words on each of these topics in the book. Regarding overall approach on agriculture, as mentioned earlier, we have to also take into account the global situation, because now the West Asia crisis and all impacting fuel and fertilizers. Fertilizer subsidy will increase. And also, of course, as mentioned, the industrialization, of course, is for any developing country, it's very important to have the structural transformation, but it will take time. Still, we have employment of manufacturing 11 to 12%. Whereas agriculture 45%. So we have to improve the farmers' productivity and incomes, at least in the medium term, till we shift the population. On agriculture, I think we have to shift our focus from production approach. Among others, three factors are important. First, focusing on post-harvesting and marketing. Second, food and agro-processing is important for higher incomes and employment. Third is that the small and marginal farmers help in input and output marketing. So we require FPOs and cooperatives for organizing them as aggregators and other support. So in this context, this volume is very important. As you know, price and non-price factors determine the level and growth of farmers' incomes. Sometimes price factors play an important role when the food inflation is high and farmers get higher incomes, while some other times non-price factors like technology, other things play an important role. So this book covers both of them. The concept note says that horticulture, livestock, and fisheries sector, which operate largely outside the MSP system, have grown faster. For example, livestock and fisheries are growing at more than 7% growth per annum. So there is a lesson for agriculture policies. Of course, now agriculture also has to be nutritionally sensitive. Agriculture and markets are in the state list, and states regulate these two subjects. If you see the history of agriculture markets, as mentioned earlier, of course, we have APMCs also were created in the early 1960s to ensure price discovery and farmers' access to markets and fair transactions. We all know the present issues of APMCs. Similarly, as mentioned, Agriculture Prices Commission to determine MSPs and procurement of FCI all started in 1960s. But that time, we had deficit, and now, of course, we have now surplus. And the economic reforms in 1991 focused on industry, tax reforms, foreign trade investment, etc. So they did not include any package for agriculture. So that time, many people viewed, including Dr. Manmohan Singh and others, that liberalization industry will shift terms of trade in favor of agriculture because the industry prices will be lower, so agriculture will benefit. So there was no separate reforms for agriculture. In fact, attempts were made during Atal Bihari Vajpayee government to liberalize agriculture. In fact, the Department of Agriculture and Cooperatives has drafted a Model Agriculture Produce Marketing Act 2003 and circulated it among the states. Later also there were efforts by different governments to liberalize agriculture markets, including the recent one. Price realization is very important. A survey by RBI sometime back finds that the average share of farmers in output value varies between 33 and 70% across various crops. The survey findings suggest that we need efficient supply chain management. The present book attempts price realization across states. So I would like to see the regional differences on this price realization. As mentioned by Ashok, the fruits and vegetables are important, where we need the farmers should get their share of the consumers much more there, because Amul model is quite good, but in fruits and vegetables still we have not found important one. I think some experiments are being done. Hopefully farmers will get much more price in the consumer price. Another topic is agriculture commodity derivative markets. These markets are supposed to help the farmers in price discovery and risk management. However, there is low farmer participation, inadequate infrastructure, and weak spot futures integration, and limited product diversity. So, and also, as mentioned, some people think it's a speculative activity, but I think these are important. Hopefully, in future, it will grow faster now. The research in the book says for commodities like cotton and turmeric, which are largely less regulated crops, commodity future prices co-integrate with spot prices. So I would like to see the recommendations of in the derivative markets. On commodities, there are 6 commodities in the book. They're carefully selected. Some are non-regulated, semi-regulated, and regulated. And the issues in rice and wheat price policies are well known. I don't want to elaborate on MSP issues. the subsidies and other issues. I mean, most of the subsidies are going to these crops. And many of us are saying that, farmers should shift to other crops, pulses, oil seeds and all. But the economics has to be correct, because it is known that the rate of return for rice is much higher compared to these crops. In fact, the CSCP data shows gross return over A2 cost plus family labor for rice is 30,000 per hectare. Jowar 9,000. Ragi, it's negative. Only maize competes. It's about 30,000. So that's why the maize crop has become more successful story, partly because of higher demand from various sources. If you want to promote oilseed pulses, the economics has to be right. We have to increase the rate of return. On sugarcane, as former chairman of CSCP, I know fixing sugarcane pricing was a bit tricky. That too, my minister was Mr. Sharad Pawar. So you can think sugarcane pricing and Mr. Pawar. In fact, during my time at CSCP, sugarcane price FRP, the fair and remunerative price, was introduced. And FRP is the price for sugarcane paid by sugar mills to the farmers. So in addition, we have state advised prices fixed by different states. So it's a bit more complicated than other crops. And also good to see a study on turmeric crop. In my childhood, in our village in Andhra Pradesh, they used to grow a lot of turmeric, and which was highly remunerative. In fact, increase in land prices in the villages, including my farm, they were correlated with increase in turmeric prices that time. So now they are not growing because of more other crops are more remunerative there. So I want to see how the turmeric study is helping the farmers. Now, last 1 or 2 minutes, it is also good to see some studies on agri-tech and FPOs. In fact, FPOs are one of the best institutions we have in helping the farmers through collective approach. Of course, the performance varies. I mean, some are doing very well and some are on paper. So we have to see how it can help much more on this. But they can help in this agri-tech. And similarly, ENAM and ONDC are also promising. But there are challenges like infrastructure problems, less coverage of commodities. Lastly, on AI, there is a lot of debate on AI and jobs. You can see all over now people are talking. But we should be more positive and focus on how to have more diffusion of AI on sectors like agriculture, education, and healthcare. All over the world, AI is being used in agriculture. And among others, AI can be used for increase in the agriculture supply as well as demand forecasting in agriculture, and several uses one can use in agriculture and AI. Similarly, blockchain-based systems are particularly useful for high-value crops and exports. So to conclude, I think getting agriculture markets right is very important. Of course, there are also failures in markets that we have to recognize for policy purposes. And getting agriculture markets will raise the farmers' income significantly, so which is important in the short to medium run. So I once again congratulate the authors for a very useful book. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful remarks. I now invite Dr. Ramesh Chand, Distinguished Professor ICRIER and former member NITI Aayog, for his special remarks.
Chief guest of today's function, Dr. Ashok Lahiri ji, Dr. Mahendra, Director ICRIER, Aiyar ji, my colleague in ICRIER, Professor Ashok Gulati, distinguished Chauhan ji, and distinguished participant in today's event. I will be very brief because we have crossed the time limit of 11, so I will be very, very brief. Yesterday, when I received the QR for assessing this book, the thought which came to me that there is a plethora of literature on agriculture markets, and there is even a journal of agriculture markets. So, will this book will be different, or it will be just one more piece of addition to the literature on agriculture markets? So then my thinking went back to my first course in agriculture marketing, that if you have to analyze agriculture markets, what should be the proper framework for this? So the framework which we were taught, that you can indicate health, you can capture health of markets by looking at three set of indicators which reflects what is structure of markets, what is conduct of markets, and what is the performance of markets. So from there you pick up the indicator to conclude or infer whether markets are right, not so right, totally wrong, partially wrong, like that. Then these indicators are influenced by, say, public policy of central government or state government through four set of instruments. That first set of instruments, regulatory measures. APMC Act, Essential Commodity Act, zonal restriction, so regulatory measures. Then second is infrastructure. Third is the institution like FCI, CCI, Warehousing Corporation, APIDA, and infrastructure is there. And fourth is, of course, policies. Generally, I would say agriculture price policy. So when I look at the content of the book, and I also read some of the chapters, I was so impressed that they are not isolated pieces. They fit so well in the framework which should be used to come with the empirical analysis, evidence-based conclusions on how market are working, what is right with market, what are deficiencies of market, and how it can be corrected. Then I looked at this situation, which of course is reflected in most of the chapters, that how and when things went wrong. When these four set of measures were adopted in 60s and 70s, whether regulatory measure, whether infrastructure, or any of those four set of measures, whether MSP, when those measures were taken, they were highly relevant to the context of that time, as Dr. Lahiri also just mentioned, that if those measures were not taken at that time, what would have been situation of agriculture? I think it is dreadful to imagine what kind of situation would have been. Most of you are young, you may not have seen the kind of exploitation which was there in the agriculture markets. Being from farmer family as a young boy, I have seen that whenever we used to take a bullock cart of corn, how that price was decided in the market, I used to feel so depressed. So all those measures changed the situation dramatically, and other things, setting up modern market, etc. I think that laid the foundation for India to get a growth rate in agriculture of 3.5% for nearly 60 years. If these measures were not taken, I don't think India would have that kind of growth rate in agriculture. Where the problem started? The problem started that things changed. Nothing remains static. In agriculture also things changed a lot. But these four set of measures more or less remained frozen in time. You didn't see that the regulation did not involve much. You look at infrastructure, less said the better. Same thing applies to all four set of measures through which you affect structure, conduct, and performance of the system. Just if I have to substantiate, that you look at the commodity mix of 60s when modern markets were created, and you look at commodity mix of today. Today, the share of fruit and vegetable in agriculture value in last 40 years has doubled. That kind of thing has happened. And that of cereal, pulses, and oilseed has declined to 2/3. But markets, do you think same kind of ground in market, same kind of market floor is okay for sensitive commodity, perishable commodity like tomato or other, as it is required for corn, beet or rice? But you find it is the same. So these high value crops, they require grading, packaging, quality assaying, but none of those things are there. So I think one of the reasons that we did not change, we did not adjust our infrastructure, our institution to the changes in agriculture and to many other things. We did not recognize that how market is changing, market is becoming capable to address some of those things. So that is what created a problem in agriculture. As far as price policy is concerned, I think that is the area where biggest reforms are needed, and also reforms are not easy. Everybody has been expressing concerns. It is almost impossible to change the farm policy. The experience with the three farm law is before us, but has been experienced. So I think we should realize that hard facts and then think that we have now lot of persuasive evidence in this book. So how we can engage with the stakeholders to convince them that it is in the long run interest of farming community that we follow a slightly different path of market development in future. So I just feel that this book provides strong evidence in all four areas: regulation, infrastructure, institutions, and policies. And I hope that it will set a new mandate for setting the market rights. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your insightful reflections. Now to present the key findings and messages from the book, I invite Dr. Raya Das, fellow ICRIER and co-editor of Getting Agricultural Markets Right. Yeah.
Thank you. I will not, give the brief initially, like the illustration of the introduction of the book. I'll just take you all through for the next 15 minutes about the key findings of the book. So what is important is that, from the Green Revolution, as we heard, we got the production is right. But now it is the time to make the agriculture market right. So the book actually covers 7 major commodities. It is based on the field surveys, focus group discussions, stakeholder interviews, secondary data analysis for these commodities across major states of the production. And the major focuses of the book also is the procurement policies, price policy, derivatives, the role of digital platforms and the farmer and FPO institutions to answer the key question. The overarching question is how India can reform its agriculture marketing system to ensure fair price discovery for the farmers, effective risk management, and higher farmer income. Every day in the newspaper, we see that, in Maharashtra, there's glut of tomato. In onion market, there are multiple, stories of distress sale. In West Bengal, there are farmers are throwing potato in Bakura. So this major reason of the book, the entry point is how to help farmers to give them better price discovery. So the first question is, what is the efficacy of the current MSP procurement policy, both in terms of crop specificity as well as regional dimension of it? We know from 1960s the policy is there, but till we see that in the eastern region, West Bengal, Bihar, Uttar Pradesh, the procurement is much lesser, compared to Punjab, Haryana. Over the period that through decentralized procurement system, it has expanded to Chhattisgarh and Telangana. But the question remains, is the overarching this procurement of rice wheat is the future of the price policy in India or not? Second question is the market efficiency in terms like of the special market integration of prices that we do for the 7 major commodities across major states. Third is the commodity derivative market. The reason of entering of this book is, as I said, the forward-looking price signal. How farmer, it should be demand-driven, how much production they do. Mostly farmers engaged in cobweb kind of an production pattern where the production decision of this year depends on the price of the previous year. So that results into the oversupply and glut in the market. So even though the yield is improving, farmers are going for a higher yield variety. We see that, in terms of technological advancement, farmers are producing more. But if there is market glut, farmers don't get the just price for their produce. And then fourth research question in terms of digital institution is we see there's a lot of expansion of digital public infrastructure in India through expansion of Aadhaar, UPI. India has done a lot in that front. How can we harness those, digital footprint in terms of ENAM, ONDC, and as well as, the agri-eco startups and scale it up at all India level to get agriculture market right? And the finally is the policy conclusion of the book. As all the chief guests, mentioned regarding the 43% of the Indian workforce, it means that 265 million of people are engaged in agriculture out of 616 million. And second is we know that agriculture GDP share, it is skewed as 17%. And third major stylized fact for India is 86% of farmers and small and marginal. So the last point, the 86% of marginal small farmers mean that the farmers have lack of resource endowment. They need working capital from one production season to the next. They're engaged in the advancement of interlinked credit and output market, for it is prudent for them to get the right price for their produce. The right side of the graph shows that MSP crops cover 30% of the value of gross value output of agriculture, whereas outside the procurement ambit, it is 70%. And we also see that, the growth compared to the MSP crops is much higher across the allied sectors and also in horticulture. So the next slide is, as Dr. Gulati mentioned, the case of, the bonus politics and over the period increase in MSP. The book also compares the global price of rice and wheat as well as domestic MSP, compares the price movement. We see that, with increasing bonus politics, there is expansion of procurement across key states. Particularly the case of Chhattisgarh interests us because I was rechecking multiple times, am I seeing the right number? But I see that, over the 2 years, it is about, 100%, some 99% of the production is procured. So what it does, I was looking at the agroecological region-wise because it is moving towards Punjab. Because as we see in the western, the southern part of the Chhattisgarh, where the area was basically for coarse cereal, pulses and oil seeds, they are moving towards rice production. And the water table has already started declining. We do have the experience from Punjab and Haryana, what the rice wheat procurement did to the water level of these states. Do we want to replicate? That is the question. So as again Dr. Gulati mentioned regarding the buffer stock, it's not just 1 year story. Over the last 5-6 years, we see 4.6 to 5 times higher FCI stocks. But there is a cost, both fiscal and environmental, for this excess buffer stock. So as we see that, one way of, this unloading this excess stock is OMSs. Even last year, I was checking, even though the rice wheat inflation was under the control band, still about 5 MT of rice was, unloaded in OMSs, under OMSs. What it does, the states where the MSP procurement is not there, with the OMSs, the price reduces, and that further suppresses price for farmers in that region. Another way of, we do have ethanol goal, but it shouldn't be at the cost of environmentally quite expensive commodity rice as the water guzzler crop. We see that, first of all, there's economic difference. The unloading of, for ethanol is 22 rupees per kg, where the economic cost of pooling, storing, and acquisition is 42 rupees per kg. In terms of, if we look at the ethanol composition for the sources of grain, we see 83% of the surplus food grain and only 7% is damaged food grain. So we need to be conscious about this excess stock at FCI. So in terms of market efficiency, that is the second part of the analysis. Across 7 commodities, we did the exercise for daily and wholesale prices from 2001 to 24. We see that the spatial market integration varies across commodities. Regulated crops, particularly for rice and wheat, there is lack of spatial co-integration in recent years. Particularly states which announces bonus, there is lack of integration across major producing states. Whereas maize, even maize and cotton, both, even though there is procurement, is very minimal, and we see there is significant co-integration in these commodities. For potato, we know that in West Bengal there has been multiple announcement of interstate trade restrictions with Odisha and other neighboring states. We see that there is lack of integration between West Bengal and other states, where other major producing potato states, the price is co-integrated. Coming to the market efficiency in terms of value chain and the role of contract farming. So for this potato, we focus on the UP structure and the West Bengal, the 2 key potato producing states. We see first observation was this, huge difference in terms of cold storage facilities in UP and West Bengal. In terms of contract farming, our field survey result shows that farmers who are actually cultivating the Jyoti traditional variety, they were earning 5.3 rupees kg. This is the model price. The price even goes as low as 4 rupees. That's kind of the production cost for the open market, vis-a-vis rupees 8 per kg for PepsiCo contract farming. However, the right graph shows that there are different challenges of contract farming in terms of inclusion. The average farm holding size for a potato farmer was 0.24 hectare. So in that way, there are a lot of inclusion issues in terms of contract farming as well. So we need to focus on that. And there is a lack of, village level technical support from the contract farming organizations. So that needs to be expedited so to increase the expansion of contract farming in the state. Coming to the role of derivative market for the price risk. As the left graph shows that, the USA and China and India comparison, you won't be able to see India. So that's the, the minuscule share at the top. So India held 12.9% of the global agriculture derivative volume. By 2023, the share reduced to 0.17%. The cause is the right graph. There's multiple suspensions and bans. Our study also shows that even though there was intuition of inflation in these commodities, the suspensions and bans did not reduce the inflation in this after intervention in the derivative market. As well as we know that pulses and oilseeds, the crops are quite volatile. So the using the instrument of derivative market can reduce the price fluctuations in these commodities and also help them to expand the area under these crops. So another major important is the temporal co-integration of the prices of spot and future. We see again from our study for turmeric, cotton, maize, potato. Other than potato, the other 3 commodities are quite co-integrated. Even there is a bidirectional causal relationship between spot and future prices. That means future prices has key role to identify the price for the farmers. But what happened to the expansion, the major challenges of expanding commodity derivative market? One major reason was suspension and ban. And our book also shows across commodities who are the participants in this commodity derivative market. We see that for these bans, the hedgers' confidence reduces, and there is exit of the hedgers and also the proprietary traders, reducing liquidity in these markets. Even though future is open for certain commodities, the volume of trade has declined dramatically for all for turmeric and cotton. One of the key way, because small farmers have a very small lot size, one of the key way to integrate commodity derivative market in Indian agriculture market landscape is through FPOs. We know the Prime Minister clarion call of 10,000 FPOs. There are, according to Tata Corner study, there are about 44,000 FPOs. But the concern is the financial viability of these FPOs. According to that study, 57% is not financially viable. But in derivative market through NCDEX, we see there is an expansion of FPOs onboarding in this commodity derivative market around from 1 lakh to 11 lakh in last 5-6 years. However, there is regional concentration in Maharashtra, Karnataka, and as well as particularly in states some Bihar, Gujarat. They are the major states where the FPOs are onboarded. Also, there is commodity specificity in these cases as well. Now coming to the digital, public infrastructure and how we can leverage from the digitalization of agriculture market. The right-hand graph shows that with increasing internet subscriber in the population, and there are multiple interventions by government to expand the digital agriculture in India. So major was INAM, then the AgriStack and the ONDC and the currently DPI for agriculture. There is also, I mentioned, a lot of numbers in terms of digital public infrastructure like UPI transaction, Aadhaar, as well as rural farmers holding smartphones, so you can increase the use of digital agriculture for the marketing as well. There are multiple startups who are working on the SOPs of getting the right price discovery, the post-harvest management, like Vestagwa for the Sahyadri, who are reducing the the timing from the field to the market, and which is very important for perishable crops. So then first, this book does the government interventions evaluation, that is INAM. INAM was launched in 2016 with the motto of One Nation, One Market. What happened to the policy and what happened to the intervention after 8 years? What we see that inter-mandi trade is very less, and also interstate trade volume, which is the particular purpose of INAM for the price integration across states, that is minuscule in the total trade volume. Also, in terms of APMCs integrated with INAM, the average share is 20%. We can divide states across 4 groups. One is obviously where the APMC density is already less and they are less onboarded on INAM. But the second category is interesting, where the APMC density is quite high, but that they are not onboarded on INAM. In terms of our field experiences with the INAM, INAM integrated market in UP, Maharashtra, what we see that there is still, lack of trust and transparency, physical inspection need, assessing, facilities development, which actually lead to lack of development of INAM in India. As well as we need to increase the warehouse financing and as well as the digital infrastructure to actually make the INAM success. Second is, I will just touch upon this book. Detail covered 9 agri-tech case studies from the FPOs as well as particular interventions of agri-techs at different regions across different commodities. The case of Stellapps is very interesting. We see through IoT and blockchain and how they are giving premium price for the quality produce for the farmers. It has expanded dramatically in the region. And also, this is one of the agri startup in the dairy value chain domain, which is giving particularly MooPay kind of an immediate transaction for the farmers' price. Second is, I would like to highlight the Argos grain bank. we see that those farmers who are engaged in Argos, they are getting 91% higher income compared to the open market. This is the field evidence from Samastipur, Bihar. Coming to our little conclusions, like because the last chapter actually the focuses on the blockchain. It gives global benchmark studies of blockchain across different commodities and different statement of problems. We see if in business as usual case, the price realization, for instance, for potato is 4 to 5 kg, with put options and also integration of ENWR, that price can increase to 14 per kg. That's a simulation model result given in that chapter. Also, we see that there's a lot of informal credit through cold storages in this market, where the interest rate is 24%. Through institutional finance, the credit cost can further reduce to 9%. So income gain per 10 MT is 80K to 1 lakh for the farmers. So concluding remarks, I will say there is first is rebalance price support. The current crop-specific MSP procurement is fiscally unsustainable and environmentally not viable. It should be in phases. There should be more pulses and oilseed procurement. In this regard, I want to mention is about the yield of the pulses and oilseed. The number like the pulses, yield is 900 kg per hectare in India, where global average is 1300 kg, whereas edible oil, it is 1100 in India, and the global is 2700, figure. So we need to improve the yield that farmers get the higher remunerative prices for these commodities, and the crop-specific procurement should be more diversified. That is important from the environmental perspective as well as nutrition. Second is the warehouse infrastructure and increasing contract farming penetration with due regulation. We have a lot of WDRA storage facilities. Our work plan shows how we can onboard India's 239 million metric ton of warehouse capacity onto blockchain IoT stock, including the FCI's current stock. We have visited the modern silos. If we make it traceable and transparency, if we can increase the transparency through blockchain integration, even the rice storage and the quality of rice storage, what kind of rice is going to ethanol, and all those things can be monitored more closely. And we have given a cost of it can't be we need an open infrastructure. It can't be the farmers or particular FPOs are developing it. In one layer, it can be Ethereum layer 1 for trust and transparency. Layer 2 can be more of roll-ups of a low cost and high volume transaction for farmers. And that can be integrated with AgriStack. Third is the restore regulatory certainty for hedgers' confidence. Episodic suspensions should be based on the kind of trigger mechanism, and also there is time limit. It is essential to rebuild hedgers and the increasing liquidity in these markets. And the fourth is the integrated digital market infrastructure. We have seen that there has been a lot of digital penetration, but it stays regionally concentrated, particularly in Karnataka, Maharashtra, but the eastern states have lack of digital integration that we need to work on. And finally is the financially empowered FPOs. It should be concessional credit, commodity cluster models, pairing with ENWR credit, and put options, linkage with the banking system to actually increase the FPO scalability in India. Finally, I want to conclude the policies of yesterday: crop-specific procurement, restrictions on private trade, and a reluctance to allow market-based risk management will not address the challenges of today's diverse, demand-driven agriculture economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Das, for your comprehensive presentation. Now, to conclude the inaugural session, may I now request Mr. Ashishkumar Chauhan to present tokens of appreciation to the dignitaries on the dais. And we want to give and they want to open the आप लोगों को. No, they want to. Yes. Yeah, to Dr. Shekhar Aiyar, to Dr. Ashok Gulati, Dr. Ramesh Chand, they want to give. Ramesh. Dr. Ramesh Chand. Okay. We will now break for tea and coffee and reconvene in 15 minutes. Dr. Raya Das, please come on the dais. So.
Okay.
एक और है आप बताइए, आप 8 कह रहे थे उस टाइम। उस टाइम सीधा ऐसे करेंगे
ये चेयर ना इधर इधर डाल सकते हैं, थोड़ा उधर करके ये चेयर इधर डालो ना, उठाने के लिए और अपना अच्छा लगेगा। क्योंकि यार लोग होंगे तो तुम्हें कोई इधर नहीं जाएगा। ठीक है, थैंक यू। वो जो चेयर है ना उसको उधर करके यहाँ पर, अरे पिछले बार तो डाला था, नहीं जा पाएगी। ये चेयर
इसके ऊपर
या तो उधर रखो, उधर से चढ़ा देंगे, देखने से थोड़ा सा उधर रखवा दो उधर, वहां से उस समय इतना लेके भागना मुझे मुश्किल था।
May I request you to kindly return to the auditorium and take your seats? We shall begin the second session shortly.
मैं देख रहा हूँ ये सुबह से लिखी जा रही है वहाँ पे कुछ देखते दर्द लगा रही हो ये लिखी जा रही है सुबह सरकार होती है सरकार के बाहर मैंने पेपर लीक करवा लिया अपने लिए
We now move to session 1, Policy and Market Reforms in Indian Agriculture, Commodity-Specific Perspectives. The session will be chaired by Dr. Ashok Gulati, Distinguished Professor ICRIER. Our illustrious panelists are Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, Assistant Director General at ICRISAT and former Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Ms. C. Shekhar, Joint Secretary, Department of Food and Public Distribution, Government of India. Mr. Sanjeev Rangras, Director ZWork and former CEO Agribusiness ITC Limited. Dr. P.K. Joshi, Vice President, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences and former Director South Asia IFPRI. Mr. Avinash Verma, former DG Indian Sugar and Bioenergy Manufacturers Association. Dr. Samarendu Mohanty, former Asian Regional Director, International Potato Center, and Professor Jayashankar, Telangana Agricultural University. With that, I request Dr. Gulati to kindly take over the proceedings.
Thank you, Ranjana, and welcome back to this panel discussion. We have a very distinguished panel here. And some people are still outside, I think, if they can get in. As we highlighted, that one of the big challenges in Indian agriculture is the skewed production basket. We are producing too much of rice and wheat and perhaps much less of pulses and oil seeds. But we keep on repeating our ambition to have self-sufficiency in pulses, millets, and oil seeds. It's called the PMO, pulses, millets, oil seeds, PMO mission. So now my first question is to Mr. Sanjay Agarwal, whom many would not remember here. He was in the thick of those negotiations when the farm laws were literally held hostage, and he was negotiating from the government side along with some ministers. He is still chairing a committee on MSP, and he told me in advance I will not speak anything on MSP. But sir, my submission and question to you is, if we have the ambition of getting some sort of self-sufficiency or self-reliance in pulses and oilseeds, which are much more benign on the planet in terms of soil, in terms of water, in terms of greenhouse gas emissions, compared to rice in particular, do we have any chance of getting the area shifted from paddy to pulses under the given circumstances and the incentive structure? We don't seem to get going into that. In fact, the area under rice is increasing. So what is it that you can play with as a policy parameter which can start at least reducing rice area by 5 million hectares? Productivity needs to go up, but the area needs to come down, and the area under pulses and oilseeds we can increase. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Ashok ji. In fact, the dice today, all persons important sitting together. And you know, whatever you used to write, I also always study that and comment to you also. And my batchmate of college, Rangi Ranglas, also there, was heading the ITs thing. Though I said about MSP, you mentioned MSP, so I have to speak on MSP. If you can't speak MSP, then I'm saying that I will not like to speak MSP. Whatever you might say, and lots of talk was there regarding MSP in the morning also. See, government declares MSP, and any solution regarding how to take MSP forward has to be taken broadly 5 parameters. Solution has to be financially viable, administratively implementable, beneficial for the country in the long term, suitable for the government, and acceptable to the farmers. 5 broad principles, if I say together. I do not think in the present system, government say we can reduce crop from 22 to 29, 3 or 21, no crop can reduced. So ultimately, we all have to sit together to find a solution, what is the best solution. And with that, I'll also say, solutions for a complicated problems are usually very, very simple. And simple solutions can be found for this thing. Today, 3 talks were talked about, I should mention that also. Talked about milk sector, talked about fishery sector, talked about meat sector, perishables, and about cereal crops, which are mostly MSP, which is MSP crops are those crops which have a retention power, much more power is there for retention power, this thing. But we are not comparing apple to apple. Ultimately, ecosystem is more important before market coming together. Production, ecosystem, and markets. If I talk of milk sector, and if it's last days here, if there is grace for this thing, milk sector came because large number of decentralized value addition thing came as a part of investment there as part of this thing in terms of chilling plant, processing, collection centers, cooperatives, and initial center for corporate, all is running this thing. If we talk of milk, chicken, fishery sector, all these sectors, these are not one-time production sectors, something like that. It is a perennial type of thing. Industry gets linked to contract. So large number of working capital is not required. So briefly speaking, I'll tell you what much of it. So ultimately, if agri-value chain financing system is not there as part of the system, decent ecosystem infrastructure is not there, That ecosystem needs to be created so that MSP crop takes further. Coming back to the oil seeds and everything, oil seeds might take time. Oil seed might take 2030, 2035 could be that. And it's not that oil seed, we were not self-sufficient. If older years when oil palm didn't come to the country, we were self-sufficient for this thing. Technology introduction is outstanding, is much required. We import soybean oil, we see GM soybean oil right now in the country. In fact, Joint Secretary Full is there. And lots of soybean, but we are not introducing the seed variety of soybean and then compare apple to apple is not proper. And as per the regulation right now, anything which has a GM products has to be labeled as part of the products there, but nothing label is there. So equality in terms of ecosystem is not there. But ultimately, industry linkage is most important for the oil seed. Some oil palm sector, oil palm policy. Unless we link oil industry as a part of the production center where sugar came in, and you do for the future asset, oil palm will not increase to that level. Unfortunately, part of the government also. The major bottleneck which I see right now is Ministry of Agriculture when it talks of industry. It may be considered, maybe we're bringing interest in the farmers, so that has to go away at a certain point of time, not saying industry, but certain sectors which are industry, this thing should go. And regarding pulses, 2015, 16, tur and dal, everything was production was so much. In fact, we have to give subsidy to sell those things. Ultimately, price support. What price support we are going to wheat or rice? That support is not for pulses. Right now, we have improved some pulses of this thing is important. Technology infrastructure, industry investment, that's important. And we can easily achieve self-sufficiency. Pulses, 3 years from down the line also can be done. Oil seed, definitely take time. Thank you.
Thank you. I think in oil seeds, edible oil self-sufficiency, if you can achieve even by 2047, I would be happy. We are importing 55 to 60% of our edible oil consumption today. You know, you can block all the imports and let the prices go up 100%. That is not self-sufficiency. Okay, that's at a huge cost of the consumer then. So the issue is, one, we have to invest in technology, we have to improve our yields, there is no doubt about that. But then the whole ecosystem on the marketing side also needs to be put in place. As you rightly said, the incentive structure for rice and wheat vis-a-vis pulses and oilseeds, there is a huge difference. Now, how do we get that a crop neutral incentive structure? So that is the issue we are struggling, and can the powers of the day listen to that and frame some policy on those bases? Otherwise, we are doing injustice to the planet. I mean, we are producing more of rice, creating all greenhouse gas emissions, and then putting in the ethanol to improve so first you create the greenhouse gas emission, and then you say, oh, through ethanol we will bring it down. What are we doing?
I can just add to this aspect. Aspirations are very good. We have to go to this level, but steps have to go step by step.
Yeah.
As part of economist, right solutions, what are available right now has to be thought of this thing. Number one, certain oil seed crops are linked to industry, which is something like oil palm mentioned this thing. Oil palm mission scheme came through this thing, but proper support to the oil industry in terms of reservation that can add to 8 to 9% of the basket by 2035. It's very doable. That is, okay. I totally agree with you. Oil self-sufficiency has not been thought of the government as part of document also, by 2035 also. Then the target is reduced by 20%. But pulses sufficiency can be thought of. But that incentive has to be given. And a step-by-step action has to be taken. And what needs to be done today has to be done today. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam, thank you for coming. She is representing Department of Food, right? Today in the morning, front page, Department of Fertilizer gave me a shock. Not food, but food and fertilizer are linked. That the subsidy this year is going to be 3.4 lakh crore on fertilizers. So I was wondering what is going to be the subsidy on food this year. That's one part of the question. But then carrying so much of extra thing, when the challenge of the nation has moved from food security to nutritional security, is there any thinking in the Department of Food to reform the sector in a way, first to reduce the food subsidy, if at all, these massive mountains of grains you are carrying, and also move towards nutritional security?
Thank you very much for the question. So the procurement policy has evolved from the times of scarcity, and now it is more about stock management, about our liquidation policies, about our procurement reforms. In that direction, a lot is happening. So I would just like to give you our procurement figures. The large scale of operation of procurement, which we do, around 38 to 40% of rice produced is procured, and around 25% of wheat which is produced in India is procured. So earlier, pre-COVID times, our stocks were in favor of wheat, and now post-COVID, we have huge rice stocks. Much has been said about the stocks which are available. If we do not take into consideration the unmilled paddy, we have 3 times the requirement of buffer in rice and 2 times in terms of wheat. So this year.
But it was 5 times
Yes,
1st of
yes.
April.
Yes. So 5 times if you take into consideration the unmilled paddy also. I have those figures. Yes, yes. So that is 397 LMT of rice and 298 LMT of unmilled paddy in terms of rice. 0.67 is our outturn ratio. So that being the case, we are actively working towards procurement reforms. What Dr. Raya told in her presentation, that in few states, the procurement was more than production. So how to curtail that? We have brought about end-to-end digitization of procurement processes. We started with online registration of farmer, which is done much before the procurement starts. The land records of the farmer are registered. Now, in all clarity, Chhattisgarh could say that the additional paddy which I procure over and above my production figure came from Jharkhand. So now that the data of farmer registered with us is integrated with the land record, that can be curtailed. And also with the help of AgriStack, which is also rolled out in Chhattisgarh. So I'm happy to say this year Chhattisgarh procurement figures have come down to 72 LMT, whereas it was like 100 plus in 2-3 years back. Along with that, obviously, there was also upgradation of stock management in terms of scientific storage, that is silo, the supply chain management, that is also done. So a lot of procurement reforms have been brought about. Second, on crop diversification front also, the incentive, the MSP itself is so incentivizing for millets or Shri Anna, which we call. So if we say that MSP of ragi is 5,000 plus, but as you also pointed out, the returns are not as high. Policies have been in place. We have tried to relax our operational guidelines by increasing the shelf life from 3 months to 10 months. But we have also increased the procurement on that front to from nil to 12 lakh metric ton now. And there's a long way to go. The important thing there would be, again, value chain, the kind of, upgradation. Millet products are very popular in urban areas, especially ready-made products of millet, they are quite popular. Third thing which we have done is we have a very robust liquidation policy. Last year, we were able to liquidate around 100 lakh metric ton of rice. Why divert water guzzling crops towards ethanol? So for that also, we have brought about a new policy, sir, where we are, as on now, we are giving beneficiaries, PDS beneficiaries, rice with up to 25% broken. We are going to remove this 15% broken, and that would generate out, and without increasing the total procurement, that is 500 to 550 lakh is our total procurement of rice without increasing that. If we remove this 15% of broken, we end up with 90 lakh metric ton of brokens alone. So we'll try to, in coming days, we'll try to give this 90 lakh metric ton of brokens for purposes other than consumption under PDS. That would be for other allied industries like feed, animal feed, or food processing, or ethanol. And so these are some of the measures which the department has taken. Last would be on distribution end also, we have done, actually I was surprised sir was asking us that if one of us is PDS beneficiary. So there has been a lot of rightful targeting where data has been taken from around 30 ministries and integrated with the income tax data, the GSTN data, people having four-wheelers, and around 2 crore beneficiaries have been deleted to ensure that the on the supply side, on the distribution side, only the genuine beneficiaries are given these PDS.
Well, I'm not going to leave you so quickly. You know, Dr. Ramesh Chand is here and he has estimated how much is the poverty in the country through multidimensional index, and World Bank has given us some figures. The poverty in the country, the extreme poverty, what we normally talk, World Bank gives it a definition of $3 per day per person, PPP, which is only 5.3%. And Ramesh multidimensional index, if I'm not wrong, it was about 11%. And we are covering 800 million people, which is about 56-57% of the population. Is there any chance, are we going to revisit this list? On one side, today in the morning, I was bombarded in the radio. Modi government completes 12 years and 250 million people taken out of poverty. If they have been taken out of poverty, can't they afford to earn their own basic food? If they can't, then the two things of poverty and this don't reconcile. That's one. But on the Chhattisgarh, particularly, you know, because they were giving such huge bonus, which was literally 35-40% of the procurement price. And that is what attracts all the rice from neighboring states. Aren't you going to put some sort of a restriction that those states which are giving bonus on top of MSP, then we are not going to procure more than 50% of their production or whatever, and the rest they have to manage? Some sort of, you know, restriction has to be put. Otherwise, this is going literally out of control. You have Chhattisgarh, you have Odisha, and Telangana. Telangana is becoming another Punjab, which will be another disaster.
So, sir, on the first question, that is regarding beneficiaries under PDS, the task with the department was how to ensure that this benefit is going to the only deserving candidates. And for that, as I told, the rightful targeting mechanism has been brought in, and states have also been quite active on that front. They have carefully matched the data and deleted the ineligible beneficiaries. So first time, I think we are below the mark of 80 crore beneficiary. As of today, we are having only around 79 crore beneficiaries.
Okay.
But as of now, there is no plan on card to change any.
To revisit
yes,
the
yes, sir.
definition.
And on the question of bonus incentive, these three states, yes, have been giving a bonus or incentive. And sir is talking about rice, but in wheat also, this year we have seen bonus being given by Rajasthan and MP. Last year also they gave. And the prevailing market prices being lower than the MSP, we have also ended up with a very robust procurement this year of 350 lakh metric ton, whereas we were hoping that we would be procuring only 300, but the bonus and this incentive declared by states. So what we have it in our MOU, the MOU which we signed with the decentralized procuring states, that including Chhattisgarh and Odisha and Telangana, that we will not accept in our central pool, which is over and above the PDS requirement of the state. And we have been trying to enforce these conditions quite strictly. And that is how we have been able to curtail if you see the procurement trend over last 3 years, it has, for at least for Chhattisgarh and Odisha, sir, we have been able to bring it down substantially. Another point would also be that certain states like Odisha and Telangana and Andhra Pradesh, they also do Rabi procurement. So they do MSP operations twice a year in 2 seasons. So that may also be leading to duplicity. We are also trying to work on that.
Your budgeted subsidy was 2.28 lakh crores, right? Are you going to stay within that or going to touch 2.50 or 3.40 as fertilizer? Is there any calculations inside? भाई सरकार कभी कभी मिलती है हमें.
Sir, MSP बढ़ेगा तो subsidy भी बढ़ेगा. We try to have a more stringent framework to ensure that our fiscal
2.5 हो जाएगा तो 2.5 and 3.4 6 लाख करोड़ तो पहुंचे ही पहुंचे फूड और फर्टिलाइजर ओके Thank you, madam. So kind of you, and sorry if I have been too insisting. No. Okay, Sanjeev, over to the private sector. What is the hope? He is the Malik of Lakshmi. He says that
I'm the
as
Malik
my-
of Lakshmi because your book name is wrong.
Okay.
It should be Getting Markets Right for Lakshmi, the small scale holder farmer.
Okay. So his basic mantra is if my female farmer or child in the rural area, if she does not gain from the present system, then we are not doing justice to his Lakshmi. That is his basic mantra that I learned from his earlier.
Absolutely
talk.
right, sir.
Now, what I'm looking forward is he's also doing a lot of work in digitalizing the system. Is there any hope as far as the markets are concerned to make them more efficient so that your Lakshmi can get a better share of the consumer's price? Over to you, sir.
So first thing is, I think I have won because my Lakshmi's got embedded. And there may be 10 other people out here who will also take it forward. Because a question I ask myself every time I look at anything, any market reforms, any AI is that, will it help her take a better decision? Right? And I must tell you one incident in the morning. My wife was asking me, where are you going? So she read this. She says, you know, all of us and all the people attending, you can't manage your children. You want to manage 43% of the population? Why can't you leave it to them? Why can't you leave it to them? So my philosophy is, my approach is very contrarian, very different. I think there are too many policy makers around here. And we believe that we can manage it for everyone. And we want to micromanage. On one hand, the government talks about governance. On the other hand, they want to do everything. You want to do subsidy, you want to do this. NSE works beautifully, brought in a beautiful partner. They set rules and they allow the market to operate. So my philosophy and the philosophy that I work for, an organization called the Agri Collaboratory, is based on what you people have written in the book, which is markets are broken, data is fragmented, digital reach is limited. I heard you also, Dr. Ramesh, you talked about stakeholder being there. So I'm flipping the argument completely. So when we made the UPI doesn't care a damn whether a transaction is for groceries, medicine, fuel, or taxi. So we are building national highways, right? And are we restricting who can travel on that? The only people who can't travel are bikes on the expressways. But we are building, and then we are allowing trade to happen. Please help us build the digital infrastructure for India and allow this information asymmetry which exists to get corrected. So my experience with eChopal and ITC and all the work that I have done, I'm an engineer, but I spent a decade and plus on agri, is that when information is provided, the farmer takes a better decision than you do. So for God's sake, stop taking decisions for him. So here we are talking about, Dr. Gulati said, how do we reduce? Yeah, that's a real concern. How do we reduce the area under rice? I agree, water is a big area which needs to be addressed. I think we should allow markets to play. The bigger issue with India is that we all short term. We press the button and we want the light to come up immediately. We are not long-term oriented. So anything that we build is all short-term. That is why digital public infrastructures are not coming up. UPI is a big example. So I am saying, why can't we build a digital public infrastructure for agriculture? That's my biggest proposition. I work in that space. I can tell you which state is ahead in the full agri value chain. I monitor every single state, every single publicly available data. So I believe my friend from IIT Kanpur got an award for AgriStack. I don't have access to AgriStack. All monopolized by the government. Most databases are monopolized. And when I go and do ground truthing, quite a bit of it is different. Now, Dr. Gulati was saying, what about the data on ITC Chopal? That is also monopolized. So how can data regarding farmers, farm-related be monopolized? Open the thing and see the magic happen. We've done enough experiments and there are enough around the world where if data is made available, innovation happens. Would Zerodha have happened without UPI? Wouldn't have happened. So many innovations are happening around this world, which is based on open architecture, open availability of data. So I am only proposing that. So I work on that. I take out a report every year. I send it to every single state. No state responds. No state responds. Even the center doesn't respond. The Agri Secretary doesn't respond. I can tell you which state is in which state. All the best states are in the south of India, but they're also far. So I've just done whether they've adopted digitalization in their entire value chain. So my view is that you don't need to do anything. All that we discussed today, Raya, I'm sorry, Raya, your book is of much use, but for me it is not. I'm looking at digitizing the entire value chain and allowing people to take data, allowing Lakshmi to take the decision what to grow, what not to grow. If she finds beforehand your cobweb thing which you said, it won't be there. The data, the decision would automatically come to her, that which crop to put in. Anyone gaining more would obviously move to that crop. You don't have to do that. So that's the basic proposition. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I like the sentence you said, let markets work and let data be in the open public domain, and then Lakshmi will take her decision. But the decision is being strongly influenced by some policy. The markets are not perfect. When you are having 1,000 rupees as bonus on MSP of paddy in a state like Chhattisgarh and open-ended procurement, where is the market left? It is all Sarkari market, right? And that distorts the real functioning of the markets. So I come to Joshi ji, who is neither a private sector nor a government, and hopefully has an independent thinking as an academic like me. We worked together for a number of years in IFPRI. You know, we did a book together on diversification in South Asia. And if we have to improve the incomes of the farmers, we need to move towards more and more of high value products. But they are risky. And unless the incentive structures are put in such a manner and their markets are functioning in a manner which are less risky, it's not going to take off much. Although, you know, Raya showed that fishery is growing at 8.7% per annum, followed by poultry or followed by fruits and vegetables or dairy, and they're all non-MSP. So market is giving signals, but in fruits and vegetables particularly, there is a very high risk because of perishability, and that's where a lot of infrastructure investments need to go in. Is it through farmer producer companies that we need to do? Is it through government regulated markets we need to do? What is it that we can do to get the functioning of markets right away from rice and wheat, which are at present hugely distorted? Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Gulati. At the outset, my congratulations to you, Dr. Raya and Dr. Patnaik, for this wonderful book. I'm sure that this book will be very useful for the policymakers. I'm also confident that this will be used as a resource book in universities to students and also the researchers. You have raised several researchable issues in the book. So first of all, my congratulations. Second, I would like to flag 3 points. One on agricultural diversification. As soon as, we mention about agriculture diversification, particularly replacing especially the cereals, rice and wheat in favor of some commodities. As soon as we say diversification, the policymakers and those who are involved in the whole chain, they start thinking from the perspective of pulses, oilseeds, millets. And pulses, oilseeds and millets, they are not remunerative than rice and wheat. You need those commodities which are giving 2 to 3 times more returns than rice and wheat. Then only, the farmer will go for diversification. Otherwise, as soon as you say diversification, schemes will come for pulses, oilseeds, millets, and then schemes will fail. And it is only because of the high profitability. Second, and here the role comes of very high value commodities, like, dairy sector, poultry sector, and fruits and vegetables. They are giving very high returns to the farmers. And here comes the role of the innovative institutions. Although in marketing sector, we have not changed much, but these innovative institutions are playing key role in promoting diversification. One is the cooperative. The success of dairy sector is on the cooperative. And you have seen that now India is #1 in milk production at the global level. So this is the role of the cooperatives. Second is the contract farming. Contract farming in poultry is really reform or transform the poultry sector. 80% poultry is under corporate sector right now. So they are in the contract farming. And in this process, the farmers are getting best of the technologies through the industry. They are getting higher productivity. They are getting higher profits. And also in one of our studies on poultry contract farming, we have seen that the farmers are transferring risk to the industry. This is one major accomplishment of that study, that it is transferring risk to industry. Poultry is a very risky enterprise, but they are transferring risk to the industry. In fruits and vegetables, now we are observing a new kind of trend when farmer-producer organizations are coming up. And farmer-producer organizations, as Raya mentioned, quoting the study of the Cornell, that a large number of, I think 40% or 50% are not viable. We also did a study on farmer-producer organization, and we observed that there are two kinds of farmer-producer organizations. One are the supply-driven farmer-producer organizations. Second are the demand-driven farmer-producer organizations. Supply-driven are being promoted by government, by NABARD, and they are, they function for few years till the grant is there. And after that, they do not function effectively. Yeah, few they go ahead, but majority are collapsing after the funding is stopped. And the demand driven is coming from the demand, like, Mahagrape or Mahapomegranate, like those, and Shihadri is another good example. They are not taking forward the farmer producer organization. So we need to see that how we create enabling environment so that the farmer demand for farmer producer organization rather than imposing this farmer producer organization on the farmers. And when we talk about the high value commodities, we need to see that we need to see the entire value chain from production till it goes to the consumer, so that the farmer get maximum share in what the consumer is paying. Also, we need the value-added products. These cooperatives or poultry or farmer producer organization, they do not sell majority of the produce in raw. They are selling in the high-value products. They are further adding value to their produce. So, second point I would like to make beyond the diversification is that you see that the marketing landscape of non-agriculture commodities is transforming like anything, not of agricultural commodities. Similarly, you will see on a daily basis, the courier service have completely changed. Every day you see a new courier agency is emerging, not in agriculture sector. So what lesson we can take from the non-agriculture sector for improving our marketing? So one example I am sharing with you is just a hypothetical example, and you can see that how it can be done. The farmers, the small and marginal farmers, whatever regulations you correct, they are so small, they have a tiny marketable surplus, they do not have bargaining power. So whatever policy we make, he will be in disadvantageous position. He does not know how to sell, where to sell, and when to sell. He is not, monitoring the price trends like we do. So under this kind of situation, we have to create an institution which work for the farmer. So I was drawing lesson. I wrote a piece some time back, I think 2-3 years ago, in Business Standard, what lessons we can draw from these non-agriculture sector. So one I am quoting here, drawing from that, is a mutual fund. The small investor cannot invest in the share market. So what he does, he buys the mutual funds. So someone is working for you. Someone is working for your fund to multiply. So similarly, we need to create an institution for the farmers who work for you, where to sell, when to sell, how to sell, whom to sell. I think the warehouse receipt concept is wonderful concept, but it is not functioning. Its role is only to stock and then release. So if we expand the scope of warehouse receipt, that there is an agency who is working for the farmer and they work for the farmer, they create market for the small and marginal farmers. I think these kinds of institutions we need to promote. I propose that we can have some pilot in some states, in some smaller areas, so that these new kinds of institutions who can work for the small and marginal farmer to have to share the benefit of the emerging opportunities, then only they will be benefited. Third point, when I'm talking about the subsidies, we need to understand there is a political economy as well. And to counter this, I think all subsidies, if we have to counter, this solution is the technology. Technology can substitute the subsidies. So we need to give a lot of emphasis on agriculture research, innovation system like China is doing, Brazil is doing. So they are focusing more and more on technology to reduce the subsidies. So these are 3 points.
Thank you. Very interesting idea of mutual funds. Working for the smallholder, some agency should do that. 2 years back, I invested in mutual funds as a small investor, and they are in negative. So farmers should be ready to accept all the volatility in the mutual funds market also. But an alternative to that is how we built the marketing system for milk. And the milk was smallholders. And we have emerged as one of the successful countries, both in terms of production and marketing, where farmer can get 75 to 80% of the consumer price. Now, that was not done with a little fund or mutual fund. It was a massive dosage through Operation Flood. For 15 years, a lot of infrastructure had to be built, a lot of institutional engineering had to be done. Can we do that type of a thing? Operation Flood was money coming from the World Bank. Why don't we have that type of a money of 5,000 crores setting up markets for fruits and vegetables with the farmer producer companies? So we will have to innovate on a bigger scale rather than these little experiments. That's where policy issue comes in. Yeah.
So in milk, the milk is one is that it is daily arrival and daily consumption. Fruits and vegetables are not daily on a daily basis. So this is one difference. Second is the homogeneity of the produce. So milk is homogeneous. So you can one farmer's milk, another farmer. So it's a homogeneous commodity.
Sure.
But in fruits, vegetables, there is a huge diversity. You have to grade that at next stage. So you have to again
20 times more opportunity. Why don't you see that?
So you have to invest. You have to invest on marketing infrastructure. You have to invest on these initiatives which can promote, or strengthen the value chain.
Yeah. Everybody understands that fruits and vegetable is not one commodity. These are 20 commodities. Pick up 5. Build up the system for 5 at least to start with. But it requires understanding, it requires commitment at a policy level. And that is not there. I mean, we pleaded with the government a few years back when Mr. Arun Jaitley was there, and they announced a scheme of top, tomatoes, onion, potatoes. We suggested in the meeting, and next day finance secretary called and he said, Ashok, that idea is accepted. We are allocating 500 crores, but tell me what to do now. I said, look for another Korean. He said, what do you mean? I said, don't put it under bureaucracy and nothing will happen. You create a separate board, give the person 5 years to prove himself, and he should have a passion to change and wedded to this motive. यार ये तो बहुत ज़्यादा डिमांड कर रहे हो. So they gave it to food processing. वो जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी 6 महीने में बदल जाता है, पता ही नहीं क्या हुआ उस स्कीम का, कहाँ गई, zero. The money was there, but you don't have a proper institutional structure and commitment. Korean delivered because he was committed all his life. He did one thing. तभी भारत रत्न मिलता है ना. Over to you, sir. Now, Verma ji has been, those who don't know, was the Director General or Secretary General of ISMA, right? Sugar all along. He is playing with sugar. And then he found some major policy change. And the policy change was, earlier ethanol was allowed only through bee molasses. After producing after producing sugar, then you can use those and go for that. And I recall we had a meeting. In fact, Mr. Nitin Gadkari released one of our reports like this. And in that we said, sir, please allow direct ethanol from sugarcane as well as from maize. And he started smiling. And he said, these two secretaries who are sitting here, there was water secretary and there was agriculture secretary. They are opposing this. I wrote exactly this in my file. And they are saying, oh, this is a food versus fuel conflict. But all said and done, they approved sugarcane, they approved maize. And now rice is also being thrown in ethanol. You are happy. He has started off his own factory of ethanol.
Grain-based.
Grain-based distillery. So from the horse mouth, tell me, we have achieved very fast E20. So 20% blending, I think with that policy, one policy change was achieved just like this. And now you are lobbying for 27%, even more, 50, 100%, E100 and all that. I'm concerned on the other side, not as much with the food security question, but the planet's resources. If we are putting rice into ethanol, because rice is damaging our soils, it is damaging our groundwater because of high fertilizer consumption and damaging our greenhouse gas emissions, methane and all that. You know, if this, I think there is no other country in the world that is putting rice into ethanol, right? I'm told maize perhaps is one of the most environment-friendly way of going, because sugarcane also in especially Maharashtra is a water guzzler. So how do you see balancing the interest of ethanol, which I support, because greenhouse gas emissions coming from the vehicular pollution, we can reduce, but to do that, we should not be first polluting through agriculture. So what is the direction you are looking at? And I'm very happy with the success of the ethanol industry in the last 5 years. A magic has happened. And where do you see next 5 years going?
Yes. Thank you, sir. I mean, very relevant today. It's a lot of controversies have arisen in and around ethanol for various reasons, be it the car users or the rice use in ethanol. So first reaction will be, so the plant that we set up, the first one in the country, grain-based dedicated ethanol plant, is in Bihar, in the northeastern part of Bihar. And we set it up in the maize belt in Purnia in the northeastern. And that's supposed to be the best maize in the country. Now, the farmers directly supply those maize to us, and we are happy taking that at whatever price is the market price. Now, where the distortion came in, as mentioned by Shekharji, that the government wants to dispose of the surplus FCI rice to us. As an ethanol producer, we do not want FCI rice.
Oh.
Not because of environmental reasons, that's another issue, but basically from the point of view of economics. Now, the FCI rice that is given to us is at a price of 23,200 rupees.
उनको तो 42
yes.
रुपए किलो पड़ रहा है, आपको 23 में दे रहे हैं.
Right. So 23,200 paise. So the price of ethanol that we get if we convert that FCI rice into ethanol is 60 rupees 32 paise.
I see.
At our gate. If we are buying broken rice from the market, or we are buying what is called as the rejection rice, the current price at which we are buying, delivered at our factory gate, 23,200 is from the FCI go down and the transportation costs, etc., is around 21,000. So.
Oh.
So it's about 2,000 lower than the FCI rice price. And what is the ethanol price that we fetch? Is 64 rupees. So 60 rupees 32 paisa for FCI rice converted ethanol, and broken rice or rejection rice converted ethanol is 64. So we buy the raw material at a lower price and get a higher price. So economics correctly says that it doesn't make sense for us to buy FCI rice. Sir, my heart goes down when I see a poor labor cutting the bags of FCI rice and putting it in the silos. Oh, garib aadmi, sir, must be thinking, I'm not getting this rice to eat. And these fellows are using this beautiful rice and such good rice, sir. The quality of the market rice that if you see, it'll be much, much poorer than what we are getting from FCI, sir. So that is my first reaction. What we want to buy as an ethanol producer is maize. Now, if I give the example of where we set up our plant in Purunia, we are surrounded. If you go and stand on top of our factory, you'll see maize all around. In fact, as we enter left, may, right, may, maize. Now, when we set up the factory, we did a market research and we found out that the farmers are selling their maize at about 15,000 to 16,000 rupees per ton.
And what is the MSP?
Then the MSP was about 20,500. This is, I'm talking about 2021 or so, 2021, 22. Now, when we started buying maize, the maize prices obviously started improving. And last year, we gave a price of 25,000 to 26,000 for maize.
Yes, okay.
So we are very happy.
So it's
that
above the MSP now?
Yes, sir, much above the MSP, but it has fallen again. Why has it fallen? Because the government has made it compulsory for us
to
use 40% of our raw material as FCI rice.
So one distortion leading to another distortion.
A compulsion for us to buy that FCI rice, 40% of that is required.
Unko carrying cost kam karni hai na, subsidy kam karni hai.
I agree. So, I mean, that's a compulsion. In fact, somebody was criticizing me for using FCI rice for ethanol. I was saying that you should be actually thankful to the ethanol producers that we are reducing the overburdened FCI godowns by using that rice.
Costs 5,700 rupees per ton as carrying cost. Right, madam?
7 crore per annum per lakh metric ton.
So, 5,700 per ton.
Sir, the distortion doesn't end there, sir. One more distortion came up. Suddenly, NAFED and NCCF decided on the directions of the government that they will buy the maize and give it to us. Now, sir, I'm buying already the maize directly from the farmers. They bring it in that little bullock carts or chota chota apna leke pahuncha ja raha hai. Now, obviously, if NAFED and NCCF are going to intervene, I'm not sure of the quality that they will give, but the price was almost 4,000, 5,000 more than at which we were buying. So it made us totally unviable.
So ethanol will be costlier than crude oil?
Could be, sir. I mean, if this is how the raw material prices are going to move up, then the regulation again came, 40% FCI rice, 50% of the balance maize that we procure will have to be bought from NCCF and NAFED.
My God.
Jiska quality ka koi thikana nahi hai, sir. We are not very sure.
So how to kill the markets?
So obviously, sir, then we started, we will not supply from maize. We will supply from broken rice and market rice that we buy. So obviously the prices of maize from 25,000 has dropped to 19,000, 20,000 now. So what I'm saying is the market intervention or the government intervention has distorted, and it is slowly and slowly making the ethanol production of the ethanol industry unviable. We are moving towards unviability.
My God. I thought the ethanol industry was a great success story of 5-6 years, but now because there is a huge stock with FCI, and to reduce that distortion, we are unloading and forcing them to take that, and it is the maize farmers who will bear the brunt because their prices have gone down now. And maize revolution, maize was under a revolution, all driven by the private sector on the technology front and market, which was new market, ethanol market. it increased dramatically, more than 50 million tons of production in 25-26, 52 million tons. And our productivity levels are still at 3.5 tons.
Yes, sir. So I was just going to add that you asked me what do you look at another 5 years?
Yeah.
Yes, 5 years. So the maize-based ethanol price the government has set up at a very high level at about 71 rupees. 71 rupees, 64 rupees for the broken rice and 60 rupees for the FCI rice. Now, as you correctly mentioned, so 3.5 tons per hectare is the productivity of maize. So you would know better, the world average is around 6 tons per hectare.
US is at 11.
But they use GM, sir. So I will not compare myself.
GM जाए या दूसरा जाए क्या?
हो जाए तो nothing like it, sir. It's excellent. But I'm only comparing myself, say, with Pakistan. Pakistan का 5 tons per hectare है, sir.
वो GM लगा रहे होंगे.
So we now, and sir, just comparing, sir, we say Bihar ka jo agriculture sector is slightly backward. In my area, sir, in Purnia,
success.
Maize ka, sir, yield is almost about 11 tons to 12 tons per hectare without using GM corn.
Bihar is USA.
Okay. And if you look at other states, say, let's look at, say, Rajasthan. Rajasthan mein southern part mein maize hota hai, 1.5 tons per hectare. So what we need to do is improve the productivity. And if we move from 3.5 to even 5 tons per hectare, sir, we will have enough maize to take care of 100% of requirement of ethanol for the next 5 years.
And more benign to the planet.
Exactly.
Right? Thank you. This is very interesting. Yes, sir.
Yes.
Over to you.
He was worried मेरी बारी आएगी.
नहीं, अरे इसको कैसे छोड़ेंगे हम? ये राइस और पोटैटो दोनों इकट्ठे करके बैठे हो. Samrendu Mohanty. Am I pronouncing right? Dr. Samrendu Mohanty. He was earlier with International Rice Research Institute. And now he is advising the Telangana government. I hope it is not your advice that you are giving bonuses there.
We'll talk about
and Telangana has shown the maximum increase in rice area in the last 5-7 years. So we are looking at a major sort of a distortion coming in the Telangana production basket. I'm afraid we have already too much rice. Area under rice in Telangana is increasing so fast because of the bonus and all the water that has come through that big dam. So what is the solution now? Where are you? What are you advising to the Chief Minister? And is there any hope that we will get onto right track?
Well, thank you. Again, good afternoon, everybody. And let me congratulate the authors on the book. Actually, this book, I'm a little scared of the title because if you really get the agriculture market right, I'll be out of my new job. Because my job actually comes because the agriculture market is not right. Because Telangana situation there, I've been advising them because of their surplus. Actually, Madam said they're strictly enforcing on not taking any additional amount beyond the allocated amount. So Telangana particularly stuck with millions of tons of rice. So I was asked last year to come and advise them on how to get rid of the rice. So Telangana first state signed a MOU with Philippines. Philippines, the largest importer, to export 800,000 tons annually. Based on the numbers, it looks like Telangana can easily export it. But so far in 1 year, Telangana exported only 30,000 tons of rice instead of 800,000 MOU.
तो 8 million दे देंगे आपको.
नहीं sir, वही तो problem है. सब बोलते हैं कि we have the rice, but they don't have the. Madam, they have the rice, but they don't have the quality. What I'm saying is, within the rice, we have two very distinct rice sectors. One basmati, world-class, modern, consumer-driven, export-oriented. Then you have the other one, non-basmati, which is driven by the government, by the procurement system. So if you look at the amount of rice we export, non-basmati rice, 16-17 million ton, we get $6 billion, which is around $300-350 on average. If you look at non-basmati export, non-fragrant rice, I would say, you take jasmine out, Thailand, Vietnam, their average value is around $450. We get around $100 to $150 less than what the Southeast Asia exporters are getting. That's primarily thanks to the government procurement, that supply chain is driven by the specification by the procurement agencies. What the government wants, they are driven by volume. They only produce the rice required by the government under FCI. So they could not produce the quality of rice required by the Philippines, although the price is high. The millers were not prepared. They really don't have the sortex machine to produce it. So there's huge difference in terms of supply chain. I would say this is MSP has made India the largest exporter of rice. At the same time, MSP also has made India the kind of residual supplier of non-basmati rice, I would say. All our rice is parboiled because if you look at Odisha, everything is parboiled because the milling ratio is high. They get 80-85% recovery. Versus, parboiled is 85% recovery. So that they have more rice to supply to the government, get more money. So nobody is willing to produce regular milled rice, which is consumed by the Southeast Asia. That's the premium market. Philippines, Indonesia, Malaysia, they import 11 million tons of rice. On average, their price is $600 versus Africa, $300. Nearly double. Indians share in these three markets, big zero. India do not export to all these three markets. Indonesia, Philippines. Philippines is the largest importer, but our market share is zero because we cannot meet the quality requirement. Yes. Whereas Vietnam, Thailand, they can meet the quality requirement. Even Myanmar can meet the quality requirement. We cannot.
We are only for Africa.
We are mostly for Africa or for poultry in China. As you said, if ethanol is not accepting FCI rice, why do you expect the foreign consumer to accept FCI rice? Okay, so my point is that, and coming in defense of Telangana, you are clubbing Telangana, Odisha, Chhattisgarh as the bonus giving states. But remember, Odisha gives bonus of 800 rupees to all rice. Telangana gives bonus to Telangana Sona. That's the superfine rice consumed by the Telangana people or Andhra people there. Sona Masuri. So whatever they procure through PDS actually consumed by the people. It is not, the leakage is very minimal in Telangana versus rest of the country there. So there's difference between bonus in Telangana versus bonus in Odisha and Chhattisgarh. And also they do not give bonus to the rice grown, like long grain rice, any sort of coarse rice. In Rabi season, majority of the rice is IR64 there. So really they don't get bonus. They get procured, but they don't get bonus what they're expecting there. But Telangana right now is desperately trying to solve this problem. They really don't know how to do it, okay, because their coffer is basically gone in terms of the amount of money they're giving. They're procuring quite 70 lakhs tons they procured in Rabi season alone. Where they have no choice. It's a political compulsion there in terms of how they can do. So they are also desperately trying to get out of this mess there. But it's not as easy as we are talking here, you know. Everybody talking, move from MSP to transfer, income transfer, everything will be solved. It's not as easy as you think, sitting here and giving lecture, saying that we can actually do it, policymakers are not doing it. Okay, so one of the things we are advising Telangana government is to have some sort of compensation payment. The idea is that gives 8,000 rupees per acre, that's mean 20,000 per hectare. But the problem is that the government is worried that if they give that subsidy, that direct income transfer, there might be glut in other those non-rice commodities. You know, either millet or pulses, whatnot there. Then there is a bigger problem than what there is now. Right now, at least they have the infrastructure to procure rice. They are not prepared to procure any other commodities where there is no demand there, particularly millet, you know. So they're looking at how do you enforce that particular diversification thing? Who do you give that 8,000 rupees? Where? So very targeted diversification. So they have chalked out district-wise plan. Every district, how many acres of rice acres needs to go to non-rice and which crop? So they don't want to have a glut in district. So based on the local market requirement or market linkages, FPO presence, so they have district-wise plan to do the diversification. I don't know how much it will be feasible, but I think on paper it looks very doable in the sense. The idea is to reduce the rice acreage by 2.5 million hectares, which is probably very Herculean task if they're able to do it. But what I'm suggesting is that MSP has a lot of goods, but MSP also has kind of crippled the entire non-Basmati sector, the rice supply chain. I was just calculating, if we just reduce the MSP, just targeted procurement and allow the supply chain to develop, we can easily make another $1 billion from Southeast Asia market, if we can produce the quality required.
Good. Thank you very much. I think Telangana will learn from its own mistakes, I would say. First, they created the distortion, and now they are trying to solve that distortion. So maybe good luck that you can export to Southeast Asian countries, and hopefully the quality will improve. And this 8,000 rupees per acre that you are giving to move away from paddy to pulses or oilseeds or millets, I hope some success is there. 2.5 million hectares you said you want to reduce. I say even at an all India level, if we can target 5 million hectares reduction in area, then we have done a great job as far as correction of this production basket is. I'm looking at 4 ladies staring at me. That time is over, and I wish we had more time, but in the first inaugural, you gave very liberal time to everybody. So thanks a lot. We don't have, unfortunately, more interactive session. We have to vacate this place for the next if you want your food in time. So thank you very much, and a big applause to all our distinguished speakers. Thank you. So 1 second. There is something they want to give.
Yeah.
What, rice?
Thank you, Dr. Gulati, and all our panelists for a highly engaging discussion. Now, may I invite Dr. Tirthankar Patnaik, Chief Economist, NSE. He will present mementos to the panelists. Are you? Okay. We will begin the second session shortly. May I request you to kindly return to your seats? We shall begin the second session shortly. Hello. We will now begin session 2, Risk Management, FPOs, Digitalization, and the Role of AI in Agri-Market Transformation. The session will be chaired by Dr. P.K. Joshi, former Director, South Asia IFPRI. Our eminent speakers are Dr. Arun Raste, MD and CEO, NCDEX, Dr. Smita Sirohi, ICAR NIAP National Professor, Srinirupam Mehrotra, Director Board, Lucknow, Dr. Hulas Pathak, Head and CEO, Indira Gandhi Agricultural University, May I request you to kindly return to your seats? We shall begin the second session. The theme of our second session is Risk Management, FPOs, Digitalization, and the Role of AI in Agri-Market Transformation. The session will be chaired by Dr. P.K. Joshi, former Director, South Asia IFPRI. Our eminent speakers are Dr. Arun Raste, MD and CEO, NCDEX, Dr. Smita Sirohi, National Professor, ICAR NIAP, Srinirupam Mehrotra, Director Board, Lucknow, Dr. Hulas Pathak, Head and CEO, Indira Gandhi Agricultural University, RKVY Raftar Agribusiness Incubation Center, Mr. Ranjit Mukundan, CEO, Stellabs, Mr. Vilas Shinde, FPO Leader, Sayadri FPC, and Mr. Nitin Puri, Founder and CEO, Kisan Se. With that, I request Dr. Joshi to kindly take over the session.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Good afternoon. Welcome to this very important session. After the first session, very informative, very enlightening session in the forenoon. So this session is again very interesting session, which is dealing on risk management. Agriculture is highly risky. So how to manage risk, especially the price risk here. Second is on institutions like farmer producer organizations and a role of artificial intelligence in agri-market transformation. So these are the four key words in this particular session, which is from risk management to marketing reforms or the marketing transformation. So we have a very wonderful and very enlightened panelist in this particular session. So we will, I think, give 5 to 6 minutes each. 5 to 6 minutes each, the panelists. So organizers have given me a few questions. So I'll ask those questions to you. So you have to respond to those questions. But it's not, you are free to add whatever you would like to add in addition to the specific question. So first I will go to Dr. Arun Raste. Dr. Arunji is Managing Director and CEO of NCDX, a very important organization. And in the morning, or also in the book, there are few studies undertaken on this agriculture derivatives. So the question is on the India's share in the global agriculture derivative markets is declining. The morning, Dr. Gulati was mentioning comparing China and India, and it has declined in India because of several regions. Ban was imposed. In China, it's growing like anything. But agriculture is still continuing the price volatility. So in your opinion, what is limiting the regulatory or institutional and market constraints for this evolving of agriculture derivatives market? This is one, the limits on it. And second is what kinds of reforms are needed. If you have to know how to push it agriculture derivative markets, what kinds of reforms are needed to further strengthen it.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi. Congratulations, Dr. Raya. Speaking in front of Dr. Gulati was on my board is a little difficult, but I'll try. I'm reminded of Mr. Pramod Mahajan, the ex-Minister for Information Technology, and one of the conferences in Bombay. It was organized by NASSCOM, and I used to work for a bank at that point of time, and I attended that. And the first thing he mentioned was, I'm very happy to see NASSCOM progressing so well, going outside India, growing the IT sector, growing so big. And I give only one reason for your growth. Even before we in Delhi could understand, that is bureaucrats and politicians could understand what IT is, you have gone out and grown, and now we can't interfere. Unfortunately, for agriculture markets and derivatives markets, we have become a fall guy. People in Delhi, they claim that they understand this market. Unfortunately, they don't. And there are a lot of things which in the last 5 years I have learned. I have come to Delhi more times than any time in my life I have gone to any other city, just breaking my head with anybody and everybody here, the powers that be, to make them understand what derivatives market is and how it is helpful for farmers. Unfortunately, that has not worked. My term is nearing to end now. Still, the government doesn't buy this point. Now, there are three things. Why does a derivative market help farmer, and how does it help it? Now, risk is something which you mentioned. And you also mentioned, I used to be the ED of NDDB also, just before coming to NCDX. So I know the dairy sector as well. Now, there are 2 or 3 things which I thought I should speak about. Number one, and just before coming here, we launched a new product called Rain Mumbai, on rain derivatives. There's globally the first product. Economist has covered it in this particular issue. And I just got some other case study requests. Now, why we launched Rain Mumbai? And Professor Sarthak is here from IIT Bombay. He is the one who instrumental in helping us to launch that. I've been in the sector for 40 years, starting with NABARD and working under different organizations. There are 3 risks. One is definitely rains, because we are monsoon dependent, whether it is westerly monsoon or easterly monsoon. despite all the dams and all the irrigation, still we depend on monsoon. So rain is a risk. And there is no mechanism to hedge so far the rain risk or the shortfall or the excess of that. Fortunately, this is the first thing which we have done, which will help people. Now, including our regulator, they asked whether this is a product which is probably a SETA in crude words, whether it is a SETA product. I said it could be a SETA product, but at the end of the day, if the farmer is in a position to hedge his rainfall risk, I don't want to get into any mechanism as a farmer that after 4 months, a district collector will say, Aane wari and 25% less, so I will give you this money. Here, the market just looks at last 30 years data of IMD, calculates it for 1 month, and the market gives you the return at the end of the month. No administrative requirement, nothing of any of the declaration by the government, no subsidies, nothing required. Market pays you for that risk. And a farmer is in position to buy it. That's number one. So that is one risk covered. Now, who are the beneficiaries? Definitely farmers. But it is not necessarily farmers. It could be anybody who is dependent on agri-economy. Now, somebody like Mr. Sanjeev Rangas, he used to be in ITC. ITC is dependent big time on farm sector. Now, if the rainfall shortage is there, I come from Mumbai. If Tata Electric, which provides a lot of electricity to us, if the rainfall is less and Lonavala, their water dam is not full, obviously they are going to lose in their electricity generation. They can hedge their risk. So a farmer, somebody dependent on agri-economy is taken care of by this rain Mumbai. Same way, if I'm looking at derivatives, and I'm very happy to say that, I joined NCDX in the month of June, and I went to Hoshangabad, that is a soybean producing area. And I met a gentleman who was around 70-year-old, and he looked semi-literate. And one of my colleagues took me there and he said, he's the new MD of NCDX. And he looked at me and they said, I know NCDX. And I was surprised just before joining and just before Dr. Gulati, I also didn't know NCDX. How does this farmer know? So he said, Sir, मैं दो चीजें करता हूँ. And this was around 10th or 11th of June. मैं घर जाके, in the evening, I'll go home and check whether the monsoon has reached Kerala and what is the progress like. That's number one. And second, tomorrow morning, I'll go to the mandi and look at the ticker. What is the futures price of soybean for me? If the soybean futures price, which I'll get in the month of October or November at the time of harvest, is more than what I got this year, I'll sow soybean. Otherwise, I'll go for some other crop. That is the kind of risk management a farmer, a 70-year-old farmer, semi-literate, could do thanks to the derivatives market. Unfortunately, the stock limits and derivatives market ban are two staple things for people sitting in Delhi, the powers that be, to show that they have controlled inflation, so-called inflation control mechanism. The third bit, morning, I think you also mentioned about the WDRA system. Now, one of the stock limits and related stuff, what they do is suddenly the food, I don't know whether she's here still, the Ministry of Food, they sends out a circular to all the district collectors, all the people who have stocks, right from a small, person, a small kirana holder to a stockist to ITCs of the world, every evening they're supposed to report to the district collector how much stock do they hold. But if the WDRA system that has, sitting in Delhi or sitting in the WDRA office here, there are only two repositories who have the data for all the warehouses in the country which are registered with WDRA. You have the data right here on your fingertips, but the government doesn't want to utilize that, because if we can even utilize the WDRA system, which also ensures that a particular quality of, gentleman in the morning mentioned about maize. If you go with a derivatives contract of a particular quality and it is stored in WTA, your losses also, agricultural losses also are taken care of. The farmer's risk also goes down. So whether it is price, whether it is weather, or whether it is losses, all the risks can be taken care of if the farmers are kept away from all the decision making being taken at the behest of consumers in Delhi and Bombay in the name of inflation. That's the biggest risk.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Very good for information. Now we have Dr. Smita Asiroli. Dr. Smita is the National Professor, MS Swaminathan Chair in the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, Institute of Agriculture Economics and Policy. She's a very, it's now coming, now not working. She's a very renowned agricultural economist. and she was also part of G20. Smita, question to you is, digital agriculture is becoming very important in several ways. Government is harnessing its potential through a new program known as AgriStack and AgriStack Digital Crop Survey, which is covering millions of farmers, and also they have mapped around 30 crores of the plots. So it's a very, very useful survey, and it will provide useful plot level information. But there are other programs also of the government of India, like PM Kisan, ENAM, and Fasal Bima. They are functioning in isolation. They are functioning in their own silos. So how to integrate this AgriStack digital crop data, which is plot level, with these kinds of programs like PM Kisan, Fasal Bima? I think Fasal Bima can be effectively connected with the digital crop survey and the ENAM. So your suggestions on this, so that we improve price discovery mechanism or marketing efficiency.
Thank you, sir. This is, I think, very important question, and everybody is looking towards that how this AgriStack, this can be used as a agriculture data space rather than a standalone platform for a scheme delivery. And if I can actually provide a credible answer in the lighter vein, if I can provide a credible answer for this in 5 minutes, then I should be on the other side of the table in the implementation side rather than sitting in the panel. But nevertheless, I'll give a try to see that what are my thoughts on it. In fact, I was with the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, then this program was being conceptualized and this was being rolled. And I had seen the kind of passion with Manoj Ahunja sir had. He was the then secretary. So he had some kind of a vision, but when we see the way it has been rolled out, part of it has not been fulfilled. So that is where I think that it is important. Now, we all know that it has 3 registries. One is at this level, it has 3 registries. The farm registry is there, and the crop registry is there. And of course, there are where the land is, geotagging of the land. So basically, it can give what is the digital footprint. It can give that who is cultivating the land, what is being, where is the land, what is being cultivated. This kind of basic information is coming. And this kind of information is also important, or I would say it is the foundation or the starting point for the information on, to generate price outlook, to generate market outlook, etc. But what is missing? So I would say that in 5 layers should be important as far as since you have talked about governance, what should be the governance layers? So first, I would say first thing is the data custodianship layer. That is something which has been done. Who would be the custodian of the data? I would say the state level, because we know that the data is collected through the states. And that is what is being done. All the states are being asked to collect the data in a particular format, and that is what they're doing. But data custodianship should be different from standard setting. And the second layer, which is the standard setting in the interoperability layer, that is the center. And that is also something which is being done because they are giving the framework that this is the way, this will be the crop IDs, etc. Something like what we do in the NSS data is collected across the country, but the coding systems are same. So the interoperability part, that layer is coming from the center. But however, this is something which we can also draw some lessons from how EU is managing its own common agriculture data science space. It is not about merging all the schemes together. It can be still federated, but how the data is being collected at one place. But the third layer, which is important, that is something which is missing. First 2 part has been done. The third layer is how do we access the data? So in the morning, somebody was also talking about that how do we access the data for this purpose? Now, access has to be, there can be different opinions about that access should be free. But I would say that access, we do need a regulator at that level to say that what the access should be purpose-driven. Access should be role-based. It's not that everything is open for everything. So maybe at that level, we would probably need something like a Agriculture Data Governance Council, which is the regulator and which is kind of setting the rules that how do you, I mean, I'm not trying to say that we should keep certain people out of the data access, but it should not be like everybody can access anything. That could be token based. So this kind of access platform could be there. And even in Estonia, I was just reading through, they have an X-road system where the data is, everything is there, but they will also have, different departments will have access to different kind of data, which is required by them. So that could be the third stage, third layer. And the fourth layer, I would say, is the market intelligence layer, which is something, again, very, very crucial, because even in the Upaj platform that we see, a lot of graphs are being generated, but those graphs are not really going as the market advisory, or they are, I mean, how can a farmer or how can a layman make any sense out of those graphs? So that market intelligence layer is something I would say that would be, can be institutionally based, that what kind of market advisories are there. We are also trying in our own framework, in our own unit, what we are trying is now to develop a aquaculture market intelligence system, which we are trying to link with the national framework for the fisheries, which has been evolved by the government. So rather than just looking into traceability, we can also use that information for market intelligence. So something, that kind of a thing. And there are a lot of organizations, specifically, they can be looking at market intelligence for that particular component. So that could be a network. And then the fifth layer, which is again very important, is the food system governance layer. Because ultimately what happens is that each ministry is doing everything on their own and then working in the silos. We have seen, we have talked about this in the morning, that how this is leading to a lot of environmental degradation or conflicting policies here and there, which is ultimately neither good for the farmers, it is neither good for the consumers or for the planet as a whole. So that the inputs of the market intelligence layer can feed into, and in market intelligence, now we have AI also. So we can also use the AI for generating these market intelligence reports out of the information which is contained, which is available, which is accessible in the data, in the AgriStack platform. So these are the 5 layers which I would think about in terms of the governance structures, which you have asked me. So in nutshell, I would say that architecture should be, it's not a one-point architecture or one thing, one big integrated architecture. It should be federated in ownership, standardized in the language, governed in case of access, and also integrated when it comes to market intelligence.
Good. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Smita. So this digital lab, AgriStack digital program, it's just like this is Aadhaar of a plot. So I think it will be very, very effective for insurance, crop insurance. It may also be useful for fertilizer management. And I think it can also be very effective for computing the ecosystem services, how much this particular plot is contributing in ecosystem services. And also you have shared some of the layers, how to governance of this particular AgriStack data system. Thank you, Dr. Smita. Now we have Mr. Nirupam Malhotra. Malhotra ji is director with the Bird Banking Institute of Rural Development in Lucknow, which is affiliated with the NABARD. So, sir, question over to you is the same thing which morning they were referring about the Tata Cornell study, which is showing that 57% of FPOs are financially non-viable. So in your view, or in your opinion, what makes an FPO viable? This is one question to you. The second is that how the financial institutions can move from collateral-based lending to cash flow and value chain-based financing. So these are the 2 questions over to you.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations on the this thing and giving me an opportunity. Before I just come to it, I think getting the agricultural markets right very aptly, and I am sure a lot of rigor has gone into it. I think FPOs as an institution needs to be a vehicle for market reforms, and it needs to get embedded in it. That is my first point. Second is that if you need to embed it, then where are we today in terms of the FPO ecosystem? I will take a minute for that. the Tata Cornell and Bird was associated with this study. I think that's a very, I would say, a pioneer study, not because there are a lot of status reports on FPOs, but this is, I think, one of the first studies which has actually gone into a holistic total MCA database and got itself a number. First time in the country, which is coming from a secondary data set in terms of lot of inputs are there. So around 44,000 FPOs are said ki farmer production companies are there in India as on up to 2024 from 2003 to which are been in the FCA. Now here I think there are 2 points. Up to from 2003 to 2019, if you see the breakup, then there were around 9,000 FPCs. And after 2020, actually the 10K scheme also came up. Around 35,000 FPOs got formed in a period of 4 years. So now 35 to be precise, FPOs have got formed in these 4 years. Now, it is something as an institution, if we want to see it, and if we want to make the markets function for it, then I think the positives are that in 4 years' time, when they are having this majority, you need to give them the time to integrate with various policies because they are their own institution. Now, coming specifically, what makes an FPO tick in terms of the work that Bird has done, it is there in the TCI, but otherwise also, I do have the numbers which I will come to very quickly that, okay, if there is an FPO, and I will answer that, what are his fixed cost, कितना उसका टर्नओवर होना चाहिए अगर इनपुट बिजनेस करता है और अगर वो आउटपुट बिजनेस करता है तो उसका टर्नओवर एक ब्रेक इवन करने के लिए कितना होना चाहिए. That numbers are there. But before I come, the TCI report gives 4 things for financial viability. And this, like, if you have to run a business, you have to see it from a business point of view. Profitability kya hai? In terms of viability, when they talk about financial viability in the report, profitability kya hai? Liquidity kya hai? In terms of debt kitna ja raha hai, and in terms of which they are sourcing, and what are the operational efficiencies. Now, for any business, capital is important. In terms of around 11,000 FPOs. Now that data set is over of what? 11,000 FPOs का गहन अध्ययन किया गया है in terms of these are compliant with the FCA post listings. Out of this, if you see, around 60% are not profitable, 40% are loss making. But if you see the capital structure, 80% of the FPOs of this 11,000 are having an authorized capital of around more than 10 lakhs. But when it comes to the paid up capital, only 40% of these FPOs are actually having access to of capital of less than 3 lakh. That is the first thing. So the intent versus kitna utha pa raha hai market se in terms of paid up, in terms of their own equity is 3 lakhs. In a 3 lakh business, if you want to cross a turnover of 2.25 crore in a serial trading business with an input supply business, 2.25 is a figure that has come out of the turnover which is required to make it break even in terms of if you want to take the fixed cost of around 7 lakh, एक FPO चलाने के लिए जो fixed cost चाहिए, salary, audit, transportation cost that has been there, and plus some input cost. Now, when it comes to credit, if you don't have capital, you go to credit. Then where do you get that debt? It is here, I think, again. So capital is one market of institutional reforms of getting the agricultural markets right. What can be done for that? Second is that in debt, I was seeing those figures and we worked it out. Only 23% of these 11,000 FPOs, which are compliant with MCA, they are having access to debt. That means their financial institutions are only giving them some loan which is of short term. 20% of this 11,000, not 44,000 also. And in that, in terms of capital, there is another that is where I think market needs to. The policy for FPOs don't differentiate between a woman FPO and a male-led or a mixed FPO. But once the women FPOs, if you see their paid up capital, once they access the capital, their paid up capital is higher in percentage terms than the other two. That means they are better utilizers of capital. Similar is the case with the women who once get the access to credit. Now, here they don't form a major part. So access to credit is a major issue. So debt bhi nahi milta. So these two things are very, very necessary. And why I say access to credit is very necessary, because with credit, the market ecosystem gets built. Because once you go to a formal institution to get credit, then the institution due diligence is done that have you posted your results in time? Have you posted your other compliances in time? Have you done this documentation? A rigor comes on its own, and you start playing the market game, and the access to capital and these markets open up. Now, the whole ecosystem, if you see, then how do you actually penetrate it? There is a geography of FPOs. Only there are 3 states which are the majority FPO players. These are our Maharashtra, around 15,000 out of these 44,000. 7,000 is around UP, and around 2,500 is MP. These 3 together form the major part of the FPO ecosystem of 44,000. Break it down further. Out of the 25 most districts which are there in the country, 21 districts where FPOs have been formed, out of these 25, they are located in Maharashtra. So there is need to now actually focus and see to it. And I will start with the other second part, sir. You mentioned something about the second part of the question.
Flow of credit.
So I think
from collateral based to cash.
So what it can learn from the SHG movement, most of these women FPOs which have got formed, they could get the paid up capital because they had a social history of doing it. But when it comes to the credit market, that is where these women FPOs are not being taken into account. So capital markets, they perform better in terms of the 3 differentiation. In credit, they don't perform better. So from the SHG to FPO financing for women, I think there is a case where the agricultural markets need to look at little more deeply. I can come to the other questions. Cash flow financing, it will happen. Another thing is that on the input side, the FPOs which are on seed, pesticides, but not on fertilizer, they do well. The gross margins on an average, when the input side is around 10% across crops if you add, and 3.5 lakh if you put on a 7 lakh, so around 9-10 lakh is the fixed cost to plus an operational cost. A turnover, if you see, of around 2.25 crore ka turnover chahiye to make it break even and function. So I think these are the 2 things. So, but give it the time that it requires for an institution to play the market game, and a policy differentiation needs to come about. That is my biggest takeaway with respect to the women FPOs. They do better in certain markets, and there are blockages on the others. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much about the enlightening us on the study on farmer producer organizations, as well as giving information on information on how the women farmer producer organization are functioning more effective than others. Thank you so much. Now I move to Dr. Hulas Pathak. Dr. Hulas Pathak is Head and Chief Executive Officer of RKBY Raftar Agri-Business Incubation Center. You know, many agriculture universities now have agri-business incubation center. So this Indira Gandhi Agriculture University has one of the best this agri-business incubation center, which Dr. Hulas Pathak is heading. So Dr. Pathak, question before you is that these agribusiness. Lots of incubators or startups are coming up through this Agri RKVY Raftar scheme. I was also used to be the member of the RKVY Raftar scheme, where the the startups used to present their proposals, and we used to select many of them. Not very satisfactory, but you have to select them. And they are still not coming up to other non-agriculture sector as they are functioning. So in your opinion or in your experience, what are the primary constraints in scaling up of these startups? One, whether technology is a problem or farmers' adoption is a difficulty, business viability, or the absence of enabling environment so that they link with the market, finance, logistics. So what are the problems that in agriculture sector these startups are not performing as they are performing in other sectors?
Thank you very much, sir. Most respected Chairman, sir, fellow panelists, and among the audience, Professor Gulati, Professor Ramesh Chan, and all the other participants. Let me at the outset acknowledge my gratitude for having received the invitation to be part of this book launch and the panel session. I also want to congratulate Professor Gulati and Dr. Raya and Dr. Patnaik for bringing out this very important book, Getting Agriculture Markets Right. And hopefully after this, at least the process of getting the agriculture markets right in India would start. This will act as a rigor to that. And sir, you have raised a very important question about how the agri-tech startup ecosystem is shaping up in India. Well, as you have already been in the past, a very important member of evaluating the startups in the field of agriculture. So when it was realized in the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister some years ago that the inherent potential in agriculture and allied sector has not been completely realized, and one such measure that could tap that potential was through unleashing innovation and nurturing early stage entrepreneurship in agriculture and allied sector. And that's how the vision translated into reality by formulating a program under RKVY Raftar in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, what is popularly known as the remunerative approaches for transformation in agriculture and allied sector rejuvenation. So, sir, I can say this is early days yet, just about 5 or 6 years into the program, wherein for the first time an attempt was made to establish agribusiness incubation centers in agriculture universities and other such institutes of eminence, wherein technical backstopping along with business support, and most importantly, early stage financial support could be given to the people who are aspiring to become entrepreneurs in the field of agriculture and allied sector. So this was a breakaway program, and I could, very humbly place on record that as someone who's been part of this particular program right from the start, as one of the agribusiness incubation centers head and CEO, our experiences has been very, very encouraging. There could be a mixed opinion about the same throughout the country in terms of the success rate of the startups coming out of this program. But in what is just about a fractional investment or allocation of fund to tap this potential, and particularly to enhance the rate of technological intervention in the field of agriculture and allied sector, which is, as many studies indicate, is less than 10% at the moment. So there is a big gap that exists in terms of augmenting farmers' income through technological interventions. And this is where the agri-tech innovation and startups have a very, very important role to play. And as you're all aware that India is the third largest startup ecosystem in the world. And if you look at the total number, it's just about 225,000 at the moment for all the sectors included. And the share of agri startups in this whole percentage is just about 2.5%. So roughly we have about 5,500 to 6,000 agri-tech startups only in this huge country, wherein since morning we have been hearing about the extent of labor force participation, 43% to be exact, some 265 million people, and almost like 1/6 of the GDP being contributed from this sector. So for such a large sector and large number of people directly involved in the field of agriculture, the extent of I would say innovation participation has been abysmally low. And there is more hundreds and thousands of startups that we need all across our different states and different kinds of agroecologies that these countries sustain. We have been talking about how agricultural markets could be unleashed. And there are many such startups who have, brought in through their innovation a number of interventions at different stages in the agri value chain, which have seemingly addressed some of these issues. And as a result of these recent interests that have been created in the field of agri innovation, a lot of private sector investment has also come into the this particular domain. And if I'll just give you a snapshot of the same, while it was $60 million in 2017, but that was all an early stage interest that began in the agri landscape, followed by $155 million in 2020, and that was COVID-led growth. And subsequently, it increased to 630 to $895 million in 2021. So which was, the peak of this agri investment climate in the agri-tech. Tiger Global and SoftBank, deployed large amount of funds into this sector. Then, after 2023, there was a big crash, and the winter set in as far as the investment in agri-tech investment was concerned. And now it is a complete reset. So coming to your question as to what is contributing to the, I would not say the stagnation, but to the less than potential realization of agri-tech interventions in the startup ecosystem. So there have been some issues that I have highlighted. And the profitability problem, if you look at it structurally, understanding the agricultural, the whole production and the market ecosystem, then unit economics at a scale. You see, in a country where the average holding size is just about 1.08 hectare, the cost of acquiring the customer and servicing those customers is going to be very, very, disproportionately high for many of these startups, and therefore the problem arises there. Then there is a technology adoption mismatch. See, farmers, even at this stage in our country, are unwilling to pay for technological services they get from these startups. So there is a mismatch there. The middleman paradox is also there. Seemingly these startups are supposed to address or eliminate the intermediaries in between. But these intermediaries do often play, or what is called as the relationship capital that they have with their customers. So not addressing those needs or finding some kind of anomaly in their model has also contributed to this less than potential realization, as I said. Then there is a funding model mismatch. Usually the VC horizon is about 3 to 5 years, wherein in a sector like agriculture, it should be large. And I would say 10 to 15 years would be more appropriate period for this. Then there is also some policy uncertainty. In the morning, we were talking about how the, some of the commodity futures market had not performed because of suspension of the market mechanism. And as a result, there were a lot of shutdowns and wound up of many startups. And sir, very interestingly, in agriculture, we as yet do not have a single unicorn. Whereas in country in 2021 and until last year, India was registering the highest number of unicorns across different domains in the startups. So what is the reason for this? Some of these issues are plaguing the agri-tech industry, which is therefore not contributing to realization, as I said. And in spite of all the technological backstopping support, the unicorn deficit which I just mentioned about. So we are not able to come to the point wherein we can say that what financial instruments are appropriate for agricultural infrastructure, patient capital, development finance. Those issues are very, very important in understanding and realizing this potential. So I will wind up by suggesting some points for reorienting the investment in the agri-tech domain by having patient capital instruments by ensuring that the public procurement for agri-tech startups is done, especially in the case of FCI. Earlier, the madam was there in the food sector, when the startups are encouraged to be the primary stakeholders in their procurement business. And then there has to be a strong agri-tech FPO integration in order to make these agri-tech startups more sustainable. And as I said, we need to expand the agri-tech fund universe from 3 to 5 years to maybe 10 to 15 years. And if you look at the total gamut of the VC funds, out of 210 or plus, there are just about 23 are into agricultural financing. So that universe needs to be expanded. So all these corrective measures, I understand, will take us to a direction wherein the full realization of Indian agri-tech innovation can take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Very useful information with your experiences on startups. So friends, you might have watching the Shark Tank in television sometime back. Very interesting program where these new startups, they used to come present their project with the venture capitalists. There were 6, 7 venture capitalists were sitting, and then they were addressing the kind of proposals they were submitting. 3 things they were asking questions. One is majority were giving the technology, that this sector is the technology which we would like to promote. So they will ask that how you are converting this technology into a product. First, to transform the technology to the product. Directly, the technology you cannot take to the stakeholders. Then how this product is being converted to a business model. How you are scaling up, from where you are getting finance. These are the questions they are asking before giving some funds to these startups. So they are real questions that I think in agriculture, the business model, we don't think from the perspective of business model. We are still, as the other day I was mentioning that agriculture, we are talking only agriculture. We need to change our mindset from agriculture to agribusiness. Then only I think we can make a farmer inclusive in agriculture development processes. Thank you very much, Dr. Vilas. Now we move to a very, very success story. We have with us Mr. Vilas Shinde. Vilas Shinde ji is the founder and Chief Managing Director of Shadri, a farmer producer company in Nasik. You may be aware of the Shadri farmers producer company. Its turnover is more than 2,000 crores. I'll give a big hand to Shadri for such a excellent performance. And they are exporting to around 40 countries. Not 1, 2, 3, it's 40 countries they are exporting. And they are connected with 30,000 farmers. They are connected with 30,000 farmers. Livelihood is also being improved as a result of this farmer producer organization. So this is a great achievement. And this Shahadri Farmer Producer Organization is I think for us, it should be a role model. And we should learn lessons from the best practices, how the Farmer Producer Organization is functioning. So, sir, question to you is that how first everyone will ask how you can scale up or replicate these kinds of models in other parts of India. This is one. And how you are also considering the risk factor, because there risks are there, price risk is there, weather risk there. So several kinds of risks are there. How are you managing these risks and with the farmers? And do you think that the warehouse visit concept is important for the farmer producer organizations? Over to you, sir.
First of all, thank you, Dr. Gulati, sir, Dr. Raya, Dr. Patnaik, for inviting all of us for this session. Sir, if you see Sahyadri Farmers Producer Company's journey for last 15 years, and if you compare it with other all this 44,000 FPO, so main difference is from the first day, Sahyadri, we try to make it as a profitable venture. As you said, just instead of thinking like pure agriculture, how we can think organization as agribusiness, how we can have the clear right business model around every farm and also around every organization, whether it is a collective organization or any private organization in the form of agri startup or in the form of FPC. So at Sahyadri, we try to create a value from the beginning at our farm level and also at FPC level. So my first agenda was that how we can make every farm as a independent, successful business model, and also with the specific income expectation. Whenever we are comparing all the crops in India, so we are not comparing the incomes, and I think that is the biggest reason why some farmer is doing farming. So if you compare all these traditional crops, field crops, and whatever the MSP crops with all high value crops, you already mentioned in the earlier panel discussion, diversification, why it is happening. Every farmer is thinking from that angle only, where I can get better value. Obviously, in all fruit and vegetable or dairy, poultry, animal based any product, there is a potential, but all these commodities are definitely also challenging commodities. Specifically, fruit and vegetables, we know because of the perishable nature. Also, as we mentioned, these commodities are seasonal commodities. Also, not a single grade is coming from the farm. Multiple grades are coming because it's a natural production. So obviously, complexity is more. So complexity is more. It means more risk. But more risk means more profit potential is also there. It's any business. It's a thumb rule. More risk, more profit, or more profit means there will be more risk. So it was very clear for us from the beginning that in fruit and vegetable there is a potential to generate better income for the member, but then we have to tackle more risk, and for that organization should be capable because the risk which individual farmer he cannot take. So all risks that we have to manage at the FPC. That is the FPC's role. So at FPC's management level, we are very clear about our role. And that's why we focus on the farm level challenges like quality improvement, because quality improvement is directly linked with the sales price improvement. If my quality is better, then I can only expect better sales price, whether it is in domestic market or in export market. So Sahyadri focus on that part along with quality improvement, productivity improvement. Also, how can we can optimize the production cost, and along with that, then on the post service side, on the supply chain side, how we can optimize all our operation with better efficiency and also with all the whatever the end consumers expectations. So that has created a difference at Sahyadri level. From the beginning, Sahyadri is making profit at least with the 10% EBITDA, and that is again reinvested in the business at FPC level, and also then it is actually from the farmer side, it is then reinvestment is happening at the farm level. So because of this capital creation through the business, and along with that, attracting the talent and also attracting the technology, obviously growth is happening. I think in other FPC, these all factors are missing. All the FPCs, as already mentioned, most of the FPCs are supply driven. So all our farm as a part of very government schemes. As already mentioned that after 10,000 FPC scheme, all these FPCs are formed, not as a farmers initiative. From 2003 to 2020, hardly you mentioned 9,000 APC. In that again, if you see actually see the difference between the farmer initiative and then the government or any NGO initiative, hardly maybe 5% are farmer initiative APC. There only you will see the difference because the mindset is different. That APC is management mindset is completely different. The farmer promoted FPCs are completely demand driven, and then all other remaining FPCs are either part of the government scheme. So they are depending on the government for the initial support. Also, they are expecting long-term support should be from government side. Most of the FPCs are part of the MSP crops. That's why they are struggling. So I think the professional thought process, purely entrepreneurial mindset, that need to be at FPC's management level and also at the their members level. Then definitely they can attract talent, they can attract capital, and also they can attract technology. And that will then help organization to build the business. and obviously then they can help to their members. So I think this is the answer to your first question. Second question you asked about warehouse.
The warehouse receipt concept, how you are taking help of the warehouse receipt.
Saying,
Is it
as a
effective for the farmers or especially?
I think at Sahyadri, our experience is that the crops where government is involved, so warehouse receipt scheme mainly works for the all these field crops, all these MSP crops. In that only warehouse receipt scheme will work. In fruit and vegetable or any other high value products, this solution will not work. There we need a different approach. And in all such crops where government is involved, I think for all the FPCs, itself the business it is becoming more and more challenging, because it's not just about the credit facility, how we can create better value from that product. I think there all these FPCs are struggling. It's maybe through warehouse receipt scheme, they can manage the finance capital in a better way, but then how to create a better value? And then without creating a better value, we cannot have better return at farm level. So the real motivation for the farmer is to get better value. And at FPC level, along with this warehouse related any solution or cash flow related solution, better value creation related solution, whether through the processing or through better marketing channel, how we can get the better share in the consumer price. For that, then brand building to any other different investments. I think all these factors will play a role. It's not just one solution. Dr. Gulati mentioned about milks, 75-80% share in consumer price. So that happens because of all these factors together, they have created the impact. It's not just a collective formation. It's not just about the processing. It's not just about the technology. All factors together, it has created this impact. I think in all the commodities, compared to milk, commodity-wise challenges will be different, but strategy, maybe business strategy will be different. But the factor together, all factor together, has created this impact in milk sector. We have to learn this factor, that how we can use all these different factors, technology, then right business strategy, right, then innovative thought process, understanding the consumer, then making the overall ecosystem efficient. So I think all these factors together can create an impact. So I think we need that approach. It's not just about warehouse receipt scheme.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for this sharing this success story with all of us. I'm sure that other FPOs will take your advice and see that how business models which you are working, they also replicate those kinds of business models, learn lessons from you. And we all wish that very soon you become a 10,000 crore company, farmer producer company.
Thank you, sir.
So good luck to you and your entire farming community.
Whose target is 20,000 crores.
20,000 crore. Here you are 20,000 target. So friends, we now move to Mr. Ranjit Kundan. Ranjit ji is CEO and co-founder of Stell Labs Technologies. So Stell Labs Technologies, they have digitized 14 million liters of milk daily across 41,000 villages. So again, give a big hand to this kind of initiative. So we are looking at how the digital transformation is taking place in India, and Stell Labs is contributing towards that transformation. So Ranjit ji, the question to you is that how this digitization which you are doing, how is it improving the efficiency and also the traceability tracking and also the supply chain, and actually helping farmers in getting better prices? This is one question. And second is that can we have through this kind of initiative, the farmers are getting better prices or get better credit from the banking institutions or not?
Thank you, Joshi ji. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Professor Gulati, Raya, and rest of the team for having me here. So the numbers that Joshi ji quoted as taken 15 years to build, So we started it in 2011. So I wish we could have done it much sooner, but it's taken that much time. So we started 15 years ago with the vision of building a tech-first platform connecting a smallholder dairy farmer to a consumer. Right, so that's how we started, and we looked at everything from a technology lens. We were incubated at IIT Madras back then, and we said, what can tech do to solve this smallholder dairy farmer problem? So one of the first things that we picked among many was to see how can we enable more premium market linkages. As Professor Gulati mentioned, Kurian and Dr. Kurian and team have done a really pioneering job in providing the basic market linkages, which did not exist 70 years ago, right? And all of us know that in a case study. And our ambition was, can we shift this to the next orbit? Can we enable more whey-based product? Can we enable baby infant formula? Can we enable export into channels where you can actually get more price realization, right? And for this, we realized that you need very precise traceability. We need to improve productivity. We need to shift the quality of it, right? Not just moving milk from the unorganized to the organized sector, which has been well done over the last 70 years, thanks to the pioneering efforts of all the cooperatives. We said the next orbit should be to solve for the quality, traceability, and productivity, right? Which would in turn enable us to do more premium, products that can be exported into markets where you have better price realization. Coffee, I've seen, is a very good case study, right? And Norway, for example, pays the highest in dollar terms for a cup of coffee they drink. And if that coffee is being exported from India, then the realization automatically flows back to the farmer. How can we enable some of this in the dairy, milk protein scenario? Whey comes to my mind because India, though, produces among the largest amount of whey because of its paneer production. That whey doesn't lend itself to be converted into whey protein concentrates, whey protein isolates, because it's acid whey, the protein gets denatured and things like that, right? Even today, if you're making a protein-based product, you're most likely importing it. That's a pity because there are ways to extract whey even before it is denatured. So we're trying to work on such technology so that higher realization on the consumer side can flow back, to the farmer. And why can't we become the protein hub, exporting these high-quality protein into the globe, into the rest of the world, rather than we becoming the biggest importer of, whey protein, despite being the largest milk producer, right? So solving for baby infant formula comes to my mind. Some of the best baby infant formula, we're not able to scale. If you talk to an Abbott in India, or if you talk to a Danone or talk to a Nestle, they feel that they're not able to scale that business because of lack of access to traceable milk that is free from alpha-toxin, melamine, and all of that. If you get access to great quality milk, we are probably able to scale the baby food market even more. So providing premium, market linkages is something that we are, working on. What kind of technologies can we adopt? How will traceability help? And what a Norway did to coffee can, US or Europe, do to milk, right? And that's something that we're working on. The other part is the, how do I, since to enable traceability, we have to work with the smallholder dairy farmers directly, right? And from a commercial standpoint, our whole endeavor has been, how do I shift the orbit of a smallholder, hobby-style backyard farmer into a more entrepreneurial farmer? Because only then it will be a win-win proposition, because your cost of logistics would go down, your cost of intervention from providing all of these services at the farms can go down. Only if we are able to improve, we are able to collect more amount of good milk from fewer number of farmers. Otherwise, the unit economics will simply not work out. You're just moving milk from point A to point B, but not really, changing, the orbit. So as we deal with the farmers, we collect a lot of data about the animals, about the milk, about a lot of things that happens at the farm, and we're saying, how can this data be used to provide much more better credit to these farmers, right? We are based out of Bangalore, and just 75 minutes from Bangalore, we have places like Kolar and Chintamani where 60% of the farmers are still new to credit, right? And we're trying to use alternate data to enable them access to better, credit. So we built something called as a MOO score, which is an alternate credit score, to see if we can get these farmers to get loans at a click of a button in 20 minutes. The loan should be sanctioned, disbursed, and the money should hit the account. Obviously, when you work with larger banks, this is not possible because they go by the traditional credit scores. They don't look at alternate credit scores, but we're trying to see how to use this data to enable alternate credit scores. Insurance, other than the typical traditional cattle insurance, we're also seeing things like, can we do parametric heat index insurance, as all of us are reeling from the global weather patterns changing, and we all know the El Nino is going to be even more severe this year. So as the heat and the temperature increases in a particular pin code, the animal productivity falls, right? Because it's inversely proportional. So we're sort of pre-registering the farmers and saying that if the heat in a particular district, let's say in Nagpur, goes above 45 degrees, should automatically result in disbursal of an insurance claim to the farmer, because you know that the farmer is pre-registered, the milk productivity falls. Then what are you waiting for, right? It's insured against it. The farmer has paid a premium, so can we do it? So the data that's available helps us evolve such insurance, products. And things like quarterly reducing insurance premium. Typically, the Indian insurance system is built on insurance premium once a year at the end of the year, right? And you need to pay it ahead of the year, which is a pretty heavy load on the farmer unless the government subsidizes it, right? So can we do things like, if a farmer demonstrates more progressive animal husbandry practices, better productivity, better quality, better farm intervention services, can the farmer's insurance premium, which started off at a very high level, can it starts reducing on a quarterly basis, right? So that it starts off on a high note but keeps reducing, so that farmer knows that if I do progressive practices, I can get better in insurance premiums. And also, given there's a lot of things happening on the AI side, right? All of us here for lunch, breakfast, and dinner, AI is the word, but we're seeing this, coming into reality even in the livestock sector. Hulas mentioned about, Tiger Global and SoftBank investing money earlier, but we're seeing recently, Peter Thiel's Founders Fund invested about $200 million in a New Zealand company called Halter, right? And what they're doing is building a collar where you can actually, for various stimulus, you get various responses back from the cattle. So you keep getting all this response stimulus data sets and feed it to a learning algorithm. And over time, you can actually communicate with the animal, right? You can actually tell the animal, hey, come here and get milked, right? Hey, time for you to go out and graze, eat some, fodder and come back, right? And funnily enough, this is being extended to pets and others recently, because AI is so crazy that one lead and they start extending it to unimaginable in use cases. And we have a similar product, which is more pedo-based, which is based on the leg of the animal. It's like a Fitbit for the cattle. And we were quite excited to see, Peter Thiel, placing a bet on such a technology in the livestock, sector. So this kind of response, stimulus response data sets possibly is not just specific to animals. You could actually apply to any crop, because now you have access to such brute force compute. You can throw a lot of data at it, call it a small language model, large language model. It'll throw up a lot of interesting cross-correlatable insights, to you, right? Going back to my Moose Core financial services, one of the interesting things that I forgot to mention, we noticed was as the fat content in milk goes up, we figured that the default rate of a farmer goes down. The bad rates goes down. And we couldn't, for the life of us, couldn't figure out why is there a correlation between the fat content going up and the default rates coming down. But a human eye couldn't catch it. But a learning algorithm's lens can catch some of these cross correlations. Because maybe it's the farmer is more progressive. Maybe it's because farmer is taking care of the animal nutrition, much, better. So risk underwriting also becomes very viable with these kind of, AI, algorithms. So I think these can be extended to other, crops, as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A completely different dimension. So it will, I think, also transform the agriculture sector, learn lessons from the initiative taken up for other sectors in the economy. So friends, now we have Mr. Nitin Puri. Nitin Puri initially was a banker. Now he is a founder and CEO of Kisan Se. Another success story we have Kisan Se. They work over 50,000 farmers, not 1, 2, 3, but 50,000 farmers. It's again a new kind of model. It's some completely different model, a new initiative. It's through co-brand and co-profit model. With the farmers, a co-branding and co-profit, and seeking that the farmer get the larger share of what consumer is paying. So this is the model they have initiated. So, Puri Saab, we would like to ask you two questions. One is, do you believe that this model is future of Indian agriculture? Indian agriculture, as I'm saying, that is only agriculture, not even agribusiness. So do you see that is a future of agriculture? And second is that what institutional, financial, and market conditions are required for farmers and FPOs to move up the value chain from producers to co-owners of brands, processing, and the retail value?
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you to Gulati Saab and the entire team for inviting us. And hearty congratulations for the book launch as well. I think both your questions have a single combined answer. Yes, indeed, the Kisan Se model is the model of the future because most farmers in India are small farmers, marginal farmers. There are, of course, islands of, cases where there are larger mid-sized farmers. But to have a democratized model where small and marginal farmers are able to add value to their produce, sell the product in mainstream retail channels, and hence, as Gulati Saab time and again says, plow to plate, how do you earn a larger share of the consumer pie? If I, as a consumer, am paying 100 rupees to buy a food product from the supermarket shelf or a grocery store or an online platform, if the dairy sector has achieved 80%, if many other sectors are still at 30%, if not 80%, can we bring them to 40, 50, 60, 70%, right? And Kisan Se has already achieved between 50 to 60%. And we are just a 2-year-old company, very small company. Shinde Saab is, of course, an inspiration for us. But the idea is that can we take this to 60%, 65%? Obviously, we are small, so we are inefficient today when we go to the markets on the supply side, our back end, our front end, our negotiation ability with our mainstream distribution channels. But eventually, the aspiration is more than 2/3 of the consumer pie should go to the farmer. Since morning, there has been a lot of talk around the role of government. Of course, MSP, state advised price, wheat, paddy, sugar, etc. One side of the equation. But on the other side, there are so many products where, whether it's we as Kisan Se or many other people in the private sector, we are actually offering much more than MSP plus. And when it comes to commodities like, say, rice, for example, there are so many indigenous traditional rice varieties. I'm just giving a very small random example. If a lot of these indigenous traditional rice varieties, and incidentally, many of these are climate resilient. Many of them consume maybe 1/3, 1/4, 1/5 of the water which a mainstream hybrid variety of paddy consumes. So if we can bring all of these products back, if we can bring a lot of this tradition, culture, food history back, it will not only help us conserve nature, it's better for the environment and the planet. It will also help consumers to improve their health because a lot of these food varieties, traditional food varieties, which many farmers still grow, quote unquote non-traditionally, or places which were perhaps left out of the green revolution, are also health-wise, nutrition-wise much better. I'll give you an example. We have a range of traditional rice varieties coming from 10 different states of India. The bestseller rice variety is a variety called Gorakhpur Kala Namak Chawal. अब वो काला नमक चावल इतना हिट हो गया कि हमें भी उम्मीद नहीं थी. Why? Because number one, it is low in glycemic index. It has almost 3 times protein compared to basmati. Basmati is just 5%, this is 15%. And the amount of zinc, magnesium, iron, micronutrients and whatnot is so high. तो पानी भी कम लगता है, सेहत के लिए भी अच्छा है, खुशबू भी अच्छी है. And through this unique model that we have, where we are co-branding, so in every product there is a name of the product attached to the name of the place, and there is a logo and brand of the farmer group that is packing this product also on every pack along with Kisan Se. And co-profit, as you rightly said, Joshi Saab, ki co-profit essentially means whatever are the direct costs of making the product and selling and distributing the product. After netting that, whatever remains as the margin is also shared on a 50-50 basis between Kisan Se, the marketing company, thank you so much sir, and the respective farmer group. तो अगर छोटे किसान को, मध्यम वर्ग के और मार्जिनलाइज फार्मर को आगे लेके जाना है, तो ऑफ कोर्स नेगोशिएशन एबिलिटी, एग्रीगेशन, प्रोसेसिंग, पैकेजिंग, 40,000 FPCs की बात चली रही है. ऑफ कोर्स वी नो विद इन द क्लोज वॉल्स ऑफ दिस रूम दैट हाउ मेनी ऑफ दीज 40,000 एक्चुअली वर्क. लेकिन जो गिने चुने हैं, आज हम 25 FPCs के साथ काम कर रहे हैं. छोटे छोटे हैं, हम लोग लखपति दीदी बोलते हैं, मैं बोलता हूँ करोड़पति FPC. अगर हमने 1,000, 40,000 तो बहुत बड़ी बात है, 1,000 FPCs को भी 1 करोड़ 2 करोड़ रुपए के एनुअल टर्नओवर पे ले गए, वही देश के लिए बहुत बड़ी सर्विस होगी. सो दिस काइंड ऑफ ए डेमोक्रेटाइज्ड मॉडल, co-brand and co-profit, and we are also leveraging the efforts done by the government and various agencies over the years. अगर कुछ अच्छे FPC बने हैं, अगर किसी स्कीम के थ्रू NRLM, SRLM, NABARD, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ फूड प्रोसेसिंग, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर के थ्रू कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग, इंस्टीट्यूशन बिल्डिंग और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का सपोर्ट किया है, how do we leverage and monetize that so that these farmer groups, the genuine ones, are actually able to earn a better livelihood? तो ये फ्यूचर का मॉडल बिल्कुल है सर. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. So you are promoting the traditional varieties or traditional premium varieties, which are, through co-branding and also co-packaging. So this is wonderful initiative. I may share with you that those have sugar problem, the kala namak is the best rice you can consume.
So
very tasty also.
Just 15 seconds, गुलाटी साहब, मेलेडी टॉफी ने बहुत पब्लिसिटी ले ली थी, लेकिन शायद इस रूम में किसी को भी नहीं पता होगा कि FA चीफ को मोदी जी ने गोरखपुर काला नमक चावल गिफ्ट किया था. वो आया नहीं कहीं अखबार में, या छोटा मोटा आया, किसी को पता ही नहीं है.
अच्छा, ये ब्यूटी है, वो चावल काला भी नहीं है और नमकीन भी नहीं है, लेकिन उसका नाम काला नमक है. और आप अगर उसे 2 बजे खाते हो तो आपको 7 बजे तक भूख बिल्कुल नहीं लगती है, ये भी बताता हूँ. So it's very, and promoting this kala namak chawal is very effective. So friends, you will agree with me that the panelists, they gave their insights, very, very useful information they have provided on different dimensions. Please, I will request you give a big hand to all the panelists. So I thanks all the panelists. Only 4 bullet summary I would like to share with you. In this particular session, we have discussed a success story of farmer-producer organizations. Now, one model came, this farmer-producer organization. We can further go for co-branding, co-profit, as well as value addition of the produce. And then branding is very, very important. Without branding, agriculture cannot move forward. So I think on FPO, this ICRIER model, I think we need to document the best practices. ICRIER or Raya, you can document the best practices of this particular farmer-producer organization. It can be shared with other farmer-producer organizations. The second point which we discussed in most of the panelists is the risk reduction. How do we reduce the risk? One is the NCDC rainfall model. It's again coming up new recently, they have introduced. And second is agriculture derivative. I think this we need to further strengthen. And the third one on this derivative rainfall insurance which you have started, can we think of the similar pattern on the price insurance? price insurance rather than the income insurance, but price insurance on the similar pattern on the rainfall. The third is the startup issues. There are some problems. The scaling up is a big problem. Financing is a problem. Also, the lack of business model on startup for scaling up. And last one is the digitization of agriculture. So new technique, new tools, artificial intelligence is being used, and then the blockchain technology is being used. The plots are the government initiative to even map even the plot level, going up to the plot level. So I think this would be one of the largest scheme in the world where we are mapping the plot. But this plot level data should be effectively and efficiently used for promoting agriculture sector, especially for improving the supply chain and also giving lots of subsidies or the benefits which farmers are getting from the government. But we need to integrate various schemes with this particular digitization schemes. So with this, friends, thank you very much. And I would like to thank Dr. Gulati for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Joshi, and all the panelists for sharing your valuable perspectives and visions. Now, may I request Dr. Tirthankar Patnaik, Chief Economist, NSE, to present mementos to our panelists. Thank you. Now, to conclude today's event, I invite Dr. Tirthankar Patnaik to deliver the closing remarks and vote of thanks.
So I have to read this right. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and friends, this has been a truly rich and consequential day of deliberation. And I could do no more than acknowledge the proceedings, so I'll try to keep them very, very brief. Today, we also get a moment to draw together threads that, some of the important thoughts that came around in the book today were discussed. Allow me to begin by acknowledging those whose contributions made today possible. We are very privileged to have Dr. Ashok Lahiri, Vice Chairman NITI Aayog, Dr. Mahendra Dev, my teacher and Chairman of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, as chief guests. Their presence
reflects the seriousness with which the questions that this book raises are being engaged at the highest levels of India's policy institutions. Professor Gulati's impassioned plea at the beginning made it very, very clear and cogent for every one of them. And we heard Dr. Lahiri speak about this also. Dr. Aiyar, Shekhar Aiyar, Director and CEO of ICRIER, has built in this institution a platform that demonstrates what rigorous policy-relevant research looks like. His welcome address was also very nice. I also want to acknowledge our CEO, Shri Ashishkumar Chauhan, and Shri Shailesh Pathak, Senior Advisor, NSE, whose presence at the inaugural session reflects the changes, genuine and sustained commitment of NSE to the development of India's agri markets and the research that informs them. Dr. Gulati's body of work on agri markets spans 4 decades and multiple policy cycles. His ability to hold the complexity of India's agri economy, its political economy, its structural distortions, and its genuine potential in a single analytical frame is rare. And this book bears this imprint throughout. I must say, from the day I met him first to his, what can only be described, there's one word, sir, with your permission, Shahi Andaz. So with his, regal bearing, every time we met him for discussions was a revelation. We learned so much, and his genuine humility through it all, and looking out for a bigger cause. This is not something that is easy. We've all, as people here, whoever has gathered here, has, reaped the benefits of liberalization since the 90s. Somehow, agri got left, and, someone who has made it his life's, passion to get this right, to get agri markets right. And especially, I work in an exchange. I see the benefits of having markets do well every day. And you don't see that in agri markets. This takes something. Sir, thank you. Thank you again, personally. Dr. Raya brought to this research an empirical precision that grounds the book's policy recommendation in evidence. We saw her impassioned presentation at the end of the inaugural session. I'm personally honored to have been a co-editor in this work alongside with them. I would also like to take this opportunity to acknowledge Dr. Ramesh Chand, Distinguished Professor at ICRIER. His depth of expertise in agricultural policy, we saw at NITI Aayog, significantly enriched the quality of the deliberations today, and we are grateful for his insights. I will not try and summarize the book for you. The panel discussions did it very well. The chairs did it absolutely very well. I would simply say that getting agri markets right does not offer a single prescription. It offers something more valuable. A rigorous evidence-based diagnosis. Every chapter is strongly evidence-based with policy recommendations. It shows where India's agri market system has succeeded and where it has fracturally fallen short, and what exactly are the structural prerequisites for genuine market-led development would look like. And the ecosystem that it works with, platforms, FPOs, frontier technologies such as DLTs and AI are not isolated innovations. We are actually seeing examples. So in some sense, even if I say so myself, this is truly an addition to India's policy ecosystem. Our own partnership with ICRIER on this research reflects a straightforward institutional reality. Agri commodity markets and financial markets are not parallel systems. They are deeply interconnected. Price discovery in the commodity derivatives markets affect hedging behavior, credit pricing, investment decisions throughout the agri value chain. When commodity futures are suspended, the consequence is not merely a loss of trading volume, it's a loss of the forward-looking signal that allows farmers, processors, and lenders to plan with greater confidence. That underscores the salience of research in this domain. Agri, as we know, is the backbone of this economy. It employs 43% of us, frankly, 43% of us. And, I would tend to, it was interesting to hear Mr. Rangras's view that, why don't you let them find their way themselves? The idea is to provide them information, point taken, but there is a scope for policy recommendations, and which is what this book kind of fulfills. I absolutely thank ICRIER for the partnership, the distinguished speakers for the generosity of their time and insight. Of course, we are very close to lunch, I have to say generous. And the audience for the quality of this engagement. This conversation that this book begins is something that India needs to sustain. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Dr. Patnaik. On behalf of ICRIER and NSC, I thank all our distinguished speakers, panelists, guests, and participants for joining us today. Lunch is being served outside of the hall, and all participants are welcome to proceed for lunch. Thank you and have a pleasant afternoon.